say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby, it's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire.
To make you believe with my heart like the drive. We do what we want, but when I'm free, with our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Easter Sundat! Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest. I throw things over my shoulder and try not to hit anything with it. Ferencváros are back in action, of course, trying to finish above us in the Champions League group stages. Will we continue to embarrass ourselves, or will we actually get our shit together? We've got Wonder Kids joining us left, right, and centre. There's other Hungarian sides in action. We're all going to have a bloody good time. I'll deep throat as well. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest. And we're dancing. Oh, you can't do an intro without cracking a few eggs.
Ask for more. But since it's Easter, I should be using this platform for my excellent jokes that will get all you yoiks and chatto cracking up. So is our tactic high intensity egg and pressing sick mat jam.
Egg and pressing. Big fan of that. Huge fan of that. Bearded Chuff, thank you for the 34 bloody months. And Lloydie, thank you for the 21 months as well. Egg launch for effect. Yeah, you got to do it. I saw it on the floor and I was like, yeah, this will work. This will work. It's fine. Rodrigo, thank you very much for the follow. Matt throws them everywhere. Streamer disrespectful to starving children. Let me just turn the music down a little second. Scott, I hope your wife's okay. I'm guessing from the fact that you were picking her up from the hospital, that would suggest that she is, but I hope she's all right.
My phone, Alexa, why am I so bad with women? She said, I'm Siri, you moron.
The video, thank you for the 9 months. Also, I imagine how many people's Alexas that's just set off if they've got this through speakers. I'm hoping it's at least one, right? And yeah, as for the warning during the intro bay, you know how like when there's a sub, I push a button and we get sub hype. I just have a button that does the intro bit for me. It just types it in chat. Not the intro, like the warning thing. I'm excellent, Tommy. How are you, my friend? I absolutely fucking nailed it, David. Chat, back me up on this. I think I bloody nailed it. Press it now. See? I should have just pretended I was a really fast typer, and then you'd have been like, wow, he could be like a secretary or like a coder or something. Because those are the only two things you need to type faster, apparently. Or a steganographer. No, not steganographer. Is it a stenographer or a steg? No, it's not a steganographer, is it? It's a stenographer. I feel like steganographer is a dinosaur. When there was those dinosaur court cases, you know, back in the Triassic period and whatnot. Hungry hibbos.
I want to hear TTS drop this made banger. You have no remorse because you are too busy laughing at Bonkman and his propeller. Also, here's to another month, I suppose.
Fucking Bonkman and his propeller. That will never not be funny to me. I'm just putting it out here now. One boiled egg each and hit them against each other to see which breaks. No. Is that like egg conkers? Because I kind of like it, honestly. A conversation with each other. I guess that would work, wouldn't it? Well, on holiday, but I'm here to help you with that. How's the States, Bums? A steganographer researches stegosauruses. I'm here for it. Wait, do they actually, or... I've confused myself now, but I just like the idea of there being a court case and there's just a stegosaurus sat in the corner typing away. What's the latest? Oh, there's so fucking much. So basically, we're shit in Europe, but luckily everyone else is good. But that isn't even the biggest... Fuck it, let's just get off this screen. Basically... Oh, thank you for the 200 bits. That's very kind of you, sir.
Have some bits I got for free.
How did you get bits for free? Is this just like a Twitch thing that I'm not aware of? Oh, God, please, Twitch. Please, OBS, don't do this again. I'm not about to have this happen again. Oh, no, we're fine. I got a bit scared that it was going to do the same thing it did last time. Twitch RPG, what's that? More TVs than a British electrical. That's saying something. I feel like there should be more sports bars in the UK, considering how much sport we actually have. Steganography is the practice of concealing information. Oh, yes, of course it is. That makes... I remember hearing about steganography when they were talking about hiding a zip file inside an image file. I think it was from, like, some CSI shit, I'm guessing. Yes, so basically we haven't bought the Belgium, Anarith, although we actually can do that if we want. Basically, the reason this has happened is because of all the players that we were slowly signing. You know that on the last stream, we were picking up guys for like 1 million here, 2 million there. We bought like 10 of them, and it kind of adds up. However, today, as much as we do have a little bit less money, we're going to make a lot of money because we have to sell someone. And when I say have to, I mean like literally have to, on account of the fact that those of you who would have seen this in the Discord, about 3 or 4 days after stream finish, in terms of game time, I got a news article, like 6 different news articles from about like 6 starting 11 first team players, all of which saying they were going to consider their options. One of them had 4 years left on his contract, so I have no idea what triggered that or why. Luckily, 5 of the 6 of them, I was able to do the usual bullshit. Hide a different definition. And yeah, I have no idea what caused it. But basically, that whole ambitious thing, as Maris, I believe, it was you messaged me about this, doesn't work every time, but it does work most of the time. Unfortunately, it failed on one of them. And the one twat was Yoshi. The twat was Yoshi, which means he has to leave, because otherwise he leaves on a free next summer. Bear in mind, he still has 18 months on his contract, but Yoshi has to go. So that's fun, isn't it? But to be fair, it could have been worse, because Castillo was one of the other players that was trying to end his contract. And I'm fairly certain he's got like 4 years left on his deal. That whole options thing, to me, shouldn't be a thing that happens when they've got 3 or 4 years left on their contract. It makes no sense. 5'4". Oh, he did get smaller. He went up to 5'4" at one point. I swear he did, because someone mentioned it last stream. That's weird. So good Fanatic, really? Well, we've got the RPM, so if I was going to change any role to be the Segunda, it would be the RPM role. Maybe something to consider if we sort of start to struggle with things a little bit later, I suppose. Considering we've got options since the last updates. Yeah, I don't know why they would continue to tweak that, given how already annoying it was. But, yeah. I've never managed in Turkey, Mailman, but as far as I know, they have really strict rules on non-EU players, if I remember. So Yoshi will probably finance the Belgian. So the situation with Yoshi is, obviously we've got another 10 days left in the window. So what I've been doing is, every time a bid comes in, instead of stalling or anything like that, I've been rejecting them. That way they come in with new bids faster. So this is what we're up to currently. Let me just move myself to the left. I've never heard that before, John. So yeah, currently we're up to 22 million. I think we can do better than that as the window starts to continue, because let's be honest, he's actually a really good player. Like, he has genuinely started to develop into a really good player. He's just turned into an absolute weapon at the same time. So, it's a shame, but it's not the end of the world. There's a lot of interest in him from basically every team imaginable. So, I think we'll be okay. I think we should be able to get at least 30 million from him, probably. But time will tell on that one, really. Yeah, it's weird that they were... You're right, it probably is like a tweak to something else that actually helped that's just had one of these knock-on effects, basically. Actually, yeah, I've heard it's actually really good, Bill. I was surprised, but I've heard it's really good. I also want to see that movie Air, because apparently that's good too. Look at this. Movies come out that I actually want to watch. That, and I'm still looking forward to seeing Oppenheimer. No, oh, yeah, for sure. It's the reason I would probably not be managing in Turkey myself is just because of the foreign players rule, because of what we do. But other than that, yeah. Bidding war for Yoshi, I think, yes, potentially. But I want to get it. So basically, the plan is, Anarith, and I'm sure you'll agree with me on this. What I want to do is get him to like 25 million, where the bids are starting to come in and we're still rejecting them. Then, once we reach that, then we start doing the stagger, accepting them. Because I want to make sure that our baseline is still like an achievable amount of money. So 25 million for me would be enough for us to finance the Belgian dude, who I think is on the 27th of January, his birthday. So we've got a little bit more time for him to get him. Plus, our window lasts longer as well. So that's the plan with that, basically. Also, as for new guys, obviously we signed a load of players last stream and they've all joined us now. So this was all January signings. PSG would definitely help, yeah. So, not all of them are perfect, but I think there's some absolute bangers in here. So, Thomas Branier, £2.5 million. Honestly, nowhere near as good as I thought it was going to be. But you miss some, you hit some, right? That's just how it goes. I think what it is, I've noticed, because I was doing some testing and the scouting thing on, I spent all of Friday doing tests for that scouting video I'm making, right? And one thing I noticed is that when a player is extensively scouted and they're 5-star potential, always scout them for another week. Because I don't think extensive, even though it tells you that it is the final stage of scouting. If you send them around for one more week, you'll notice that I would say in about 50% of the time, their potential and CA stars get adjusted, that one more scouting thing. And sometimes they could lose like 2 whole stars. And it could save you so much hassle if you do that, basically. It's like you're at 98%, and those extra 2% changes everything. But that's something I've started doing, and it makes a huge difference. When I was doing some tests I spent like 7 hours on Friday playing through an entire season without playing the matches on a FC Copenhagen save to test out this scouting method, and that was one of the things I started doing, and it makes such a huge difference. Provide more knowledge. I don't think change the stars. I guess so. But the annoying thing about it is that the game's telling you, because of that, any new player would not go, oh, they need to be scouted again, because the whole thing is the game has told you they are fully scouted at that point. And so it's silly to me that you can then scout them further beyond that. It's almost like 110% scouting. It's annoying. But there you go. So yeah, that's Thomas Branier. He's only 16. Can't even go in the loan farm yet. That's how young he is. You notice a lot of these guys are even too young for the loan farm. So that's something, right? The one season players at Man City best scouts always right. Yeah. So then we've got Aguilar, 2.7 million. He's rising quite a lot. Still not sure about him, but at the very least, he is old enough to go out on loan. I suspect he's one of these players that's actually going to turn into like a complete monster, but not like a huge potential monster. He'll just be like a 3.5-star player that's worth like £20 million in a couple of seasons. That's what I'm hoping for, especially if he gets some football out on loan at various places, either Kekschmet or Mezhkovej. Hopefully Kekschmet, but they both want to offer him lots of football. Oh, mate, finish bring you a new shirt. I wish. There he is. Mr. Ape Japes. We finally signed a guy from Ape Japes. You love to see it. You know what? For free, attribute-wise, he's actually okay, honestly. I'm fairly pleased with him. And he'll get a loan to either Vashash or Haladash, which is fine. But yeah, Yanchev was the Bulgarian dude for 2.7 million as well. The point is their values are a decent one. These aren't the best ones. The best ones are coming up in a second. These are the best ones. So, Ole Bergvold, 2.1 million pounds. 5-star potential. Much more like it. Spirited personality, but he is good on both feet. He can play, well, left side at the moment, but he can play right side as well. Well, he will be able to play right side as well. He's still only 16. Can play through the centre if we need him to as well with his okay passing, good on both feet. I like what I'm seeing out of him so far, considering he's only 16 years old as well. So he's one I'm very pleased with. And he is remarkably, like, chiseled and whatnot for someone who's, like, 16. Look at his beard and eyebrows, especially the eyebrows. Different colour to the rest of his hair, but there you go. Then there's also Draw Ramar. Very surprised how low he was ranked, but attribute-wise, he's actually really, really good. 18 as well. He's got a loan coming up as well. And there's one other guy that I really like. Oh, yeah. Okay. So there's Kevin Valverde as well. Oh, no, Robert Olsen. He's one of the ones that originally was 5 stars and now isn't because of reasons. But there you go. Kingpin Mick, thank you very much for the 5 months.
Getting this sub thing to be a regular now. Smiley face, angelic face.
Angelic face. I really do appreciate that, Mick. That's very kind of you, friend. Hope you're having a lovely Easter Sundat. Value on him, though, indeed, yes. It's weird, because when the screenshot I originally put in the Discord, when we first signed him, was 5 stars. But weird. Point being, though, he's actually really good. Like, attribute-wise, he's absolutely astonishing for 16 years old. AMCs have been incredible for this last little window. But, wait. We're doing well, Tom. European-wise this season, we've been a bit shit, but everyone else has kind of carried the torch for us. So hopefully today we're going to win our 2 remaining games in Europe and qualify. I've called it knockouts, preemptively hoping that we actually reach the damn things this season. But now the best one, other than Kevin Valverde as well on a free transfer. He was sculling about, so I just figured we'll pick him up anyway. Right, okay, best one. Mihai Alaku. Mihai freaking Alaku is back, baby. And he's already worth 15 million quid. He's 16. Look at the mentals on him for someone who's 16. His physicals aren't bad in a lot of areas too. Technically, he's pretty solid as well. He, for me, could actually be better than the Mihai Alaku we had on the previous save, and that is really saying something. Graham, it's your birthday. Chat. Could I get some HHHHHBBBBBs for Graham? Happy 49th birthday, my friend. It's very, very awesome of you to be with us today when you could be doing many other things, I suspect. Well, that's the thing, yeah, we're no shortage of AMs now. Like, not even close. We just signed 3 absolute worldy AMs in this window. And the best thing is, chat, we're just getting started with this scouting system. It's ridiculous. So, there is still 200, I think, was it? Let me just check. 209 teams left to scout as far as this, right? And holy shit. So, the order you set this up in, obviously, I tend to do it as Europe, Africa, Asia, Then I do like Oceania, which is just New Zealand really for the most part. And then I do North and South America. So as we come towards the end of the season, things are going to be ridiculous because I was testing this with FC Copenhagen yesterday. Now, albeit FCK are a worse side in that save than we are here. So they're going to have, there's going to be more players that are considered worldies for them. But even so, Millennium, thank you for the 32 months.
I respect your privacy and admire your dedication to not dox yourself, but I'm nevertheless amused every time I imagine what you think the consequences of a moment's indiscretion might be. Drop the name of your local craft beer retailer and before you know it your ISA has been drained? Let's slip your surname, and within a week an overzealous member of chat has killed Pog and turned her into a lamp? Stay gold card, happy Easter.
To be fair, I could do with another lamp, so just say it. Thank you, Millennium. That was unnerving. I hope you're well, friend. I don't want to be no lamp. It's working very well. So I put some information about it in the Discord as well if you're interested. But basically with FC Copenhagen, over the course of one season, I did a full year of scouting, so 350 different reports. And I found 204 players that were viable signings of like... I put a little YouTube video in there of me scrolling down the list, but some of the signings are insane. And the first time you do it, you're going to find so many. It also allows you to find the obscure nationalities that generate at clubs that are slightly bigger. It's just brilliant. Team and competition scouting. Competition scouting I would not touch with a barge pole, but specifically the team scouting that we're currently doing, I think is better than... Depends on what you consider normal scouting, honestly. Because one man's normal scouting is... Like, for me, normal scouting is my international team thing, but most people's normal scouting would be using recruitment focuses, so it's a lot better than that, believe me. You'll see it as we go through today, because we've still got 200 reports to go through, but you'll see just how powerful it can be. And because what it does is it allows you to pinpoint and laser focus straight to the good players straight away, so you're not discarding scout reports from like 1,500 absolute clodders. It's not even just the team reports, Jord, it's the way that you go about getting the team reports, because I've found a way to sort of narrow down which teams are actually producing players so that you don't waste your time getting team reports on teams with grayed out squads. I think that's the thing that makes it extra powerful, because I've always liked team reports, but I've always found that they were hard to use on a macro level, because often you just get a report and there'd be no players in the team, and you don't have to look at each individual squad to do 350 of these just to make sure that you're scouting the right teams. So we found a way around that. Yeah, but I'm going to make a video about it properly, but you'll sort of see as we go along today how it works, basically. So we're playing Club Brugge today, which is going to be interesting. Under 21 on non-contracts, yeah. Listen to players in smaller obscure clubs. Technically yes, but what I've noticed as well, Anarith, is that a lot of the time, because your scouts are scouting those clubs, they sometimes send you players from other clubs in those leagues anyway. So I've had a few players that I've specifically not scouted their clubs show up in our scout reports, and I feel like it's like you're casting a wider net, but the net is still really pinpoint accurate. So, for example, I'll show you, right, a best example I can give you is from the outside, when you're looking at a nation. Let me just use Colombia as an example, because that feeds into what I'm about to explain. When you're going through, say, here. Actually, that's a bad example. Right. So, no, under 23 squad. Where was it? There was a guy. Okay, obviously the squads have changed since I did this initially. So basically there was a few more players in this squad from junior. So I've got them set up as a scout report. But the thing is, from the outside, you can't tell how many players are actually in their youth team that we're going to be getting a scout report on. But look at this. Where is it? Because I've been cleaning this up lately. Fuck, where's he gone? He was definitely in here. If you see junior in here, chat, let me know. I think, there it is, right. Junior under 20s. Boom. Look at the size of their under 20 squad. There is guaranteed to be a 5-star guy in there. There's just no way that there isn't a 5-star guy in this squad. It's ridiculous. But that's the beautiful thing as well. Particularly as this you can use along the way. So if a squad randomly drops to 0, you could just check this every couple of weeks and just remove it. So I thought that might be the case, John. But it just depends. I think what happens is sometimes, if they're actually getting that scout report on a day that that team is playing a match, it feels like you're more likely to get those extra reports in it, from what I can understand. The other cool thing about this as well is that, you know when you find like a random really good Sri Lankan player, they never gen like a Sri Lankan side. But because we don't tend to look at Sri Lanka as far as that sort of scouting, because it wastes our time, you tend not to find those players early and then end up joining like PSG or something, right? But with this, because we'd be looking at the, say he gens at Villarreal, because we're looking at Spain and we look at Villarreal, looking for Spanish players, you'd get him in there as well. So you can, I think you'll actually get more obscure nationalities doing this, which is one of the things I really like about it. Potentially. So Yoshi's going to start. No, I don't want Yoshi to start here. I feel like that's unfair on account of why would we want him to start? Although, wow, what the hell is Seri? Ooh. Yeah, he might have to start here because Seri's suspended, isn't he? Because of that red card. Someone exactly like that, Johnny. Yes. Right, okay. This is quite an important game. In fact, not quite. It's very important because we do kind of need to win this. So, hopefully Castillo can continue scoring goals. Because he's doing well this season, just not really in the European matches for some reason. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Any interesting names in this team that I recognise? To be fair, I mean, half their youth... The youth squad in Club Brugge is insane. Gone to Reddit for my reset message. Oh, God. What have you found? I'm curious now. Right, bit of that. Oh, I think I pressed the wrong button there. Okay. Hopefully we get 30 million for Yoshi. The Zaragoza... Exactly. Players exactly like that, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's AFCON. It is AFCON. Yes, Pog. That would be lovely, actually. Good shout. That's why there's no Dala, etc. Oh, God. Oh, they've got a regen striker up front. Well, PSG actually have a Malagasy player in this save as well. He's a goalkeeper. They always seem to be goalkeepers for some reason. I'd be very disappointed in us if we don't put up a good performance against Club Brugge because they are 25th in the standings. And I know we're not much above them at this case, but we need a win here. A win here would guarantee us qualification as Hurley's through and he's missed the target. Are you serious? It's that kind of finishing, man. We're really struggling with it. Barcelona beating Ferencváros to the surprise of no one. But they've already got enough points, I think, to potentially qualify anyway. Which would be great for them for money. That is a very dangerous pass. Because as things stand, Ferencváros, if they could just sneak through in top 24, that's an extra 8 million quid. That's a lot of money for a team like them. Oh, look at the football. Here we go. Champagne stuff. And Castillo's in. Did he just dink that? It's offside. I don't think that is offside. Wait, you can do that yourself? What? I didn't realise that. Yeah, that was a goal. Easy. That finish was so bizarre. Who was this with the pass? Terranova. Very nice. But look at the way that, like, as this ball drops, he dinks it out of the air. That's a really weird finish. Oh. Okay, good. Right, that's fine. Remember, our last two games are at home as well, which is really helpful for us, just in terms of climbing back up. I don't know why we're looking up here. We need to be looking all the way down here. Although, to be fair, luckily our goal difference is at least okay. I think if we could just qualify top 16, then it's sort of... It's kind of, you know, a good day for us. If we get top 16, get a nice easy... If anything, that'd be better for coefficient. There's a lot of yellow cards early on in this game, though, concerningly. And hopefully some of the AFCON sides get knocked out nice and early. Like, Angola shouldn't be in there too long. Ooh. But then Sod's Law, now that I've said that, Angola will go win the whole thing. As Hurley's header is well saved. No, it's not. How in the actual hell did that not go in off the second chance there? Did Castillo get his shot saved? What's going on? I think this must be offside against Castillo. Oh, it's a goal. Okay, what the hell happened there? I think Castillo gets his shot blocked. Because the initial header is saved. Unbelievable. What a save from the goalkeeper. That is an insane piece of goalkeeping. You mean Burkina Faso? That's the team. The greatest team in all the land. Woohoo. I'll never be able to live that down. That was a painful chance. Like, Castillo has just not been very prolific in Europe this season. He's got 27 goals in all comps, which is a good amount. But in Europe this year, he's just been unable to finish his chances a lot of the time. Concerning. Right, come on, whop him through again. Oh, he's in again. Jesus Christ. Like, we are at least tearing through them at will, which is something, I suppose. It's just concerning when we miss those chances. Deliver pizzas until the morning. Holy shit, mate. That is a long-ass shift. Pog and I are ordering pizza today because we normally have it on Saturday, obviously, but we went to the pub yesterday and ended up having a really long afternoon pub lunch because the weather was gorgeous. And, oh, it was so nice yesterday. Just sat in like a pub beer garden, enjoying like a nice pub lunch, some gin. Just one of those days. Gorgeous. But then we just weren't hungry later. So Pog actually rang up the pizza place and was like, are you guys open tomorrow? One really long drive. Someone's ordered a pizza on the Isle of Mull. Oh, Silva's in. Castillo's in. And he's missed it again. I don't know what attributes our striker needs to have to actually score a chance. Unless their keeper's got like 25 one-on-ones. Put the gammon in at 12. All right, you've got an hour and a half. That's plenty of time to warm up for the gammon. 3-0 to Barcelona in their game. I mean, luckily, we are still absolutely destroying them. It's just a little bit concerning that, as usual, we're not taking our opportunities. It's like we have early crosses on. Yeah, we don't, obviously, because we've got word ball into the box. But it's working in this game. Let's shoot less often on him. I wonder if that would actually work on your striker. I feel like it probably wouldn't do that much. It's not a bad shout, though, honestly. Just see what it does. Yeah, Ferencváros getting absolutely twatted. Okay, I'm going to get Hurley off. I feel a little bit for Hurley, because it feels like he keeps giving people chances and they just keep missing them. He's a bit knackered as well. So we'll get... Oh, God. Wow, we are really light on players as a result of AFCON, aren't we? Hello, Pogs. Or Pog, bring in the coffee. Can you even do it? I think you can, yeah. I think so. Wild Pog. In fact, you know what? Screw it. It's Kontorakis, right? At this point. We're 2-0 up. We're doing okay. Might as well give the guy a chance. Haven't had a Pog prepared coffee in a while, Chatto. Yes. Lovely enough. We'll just have to see if Kontorakis is going to go to Arsenal. Absolutely hammer. Norway's building a nation is just becoming to an abrupt end there with the 6-0 hammering at the hands of Arsenal. Yeah, this is actually an oat milk one. He could do. Actually, that's right. I didn't actually look, did I? I think you can. Ah, you can't. You can only ask him to shoot more, and I definitely don't want that. It's going good, Weasel Farmer. Us personally in Europe, we are sort of digging ourselves out of a bit of a hole, but luckily we found a way to recruit some absolute monsters for the rest of the league, so that's definitely helping. Yeah, Barcelona not doing us any favours in their game, unfortunately. I think Ferencváros might need like a good... It could be based on role, but I suspect it's most strikers, and I don't want to change the role, so if you can't do it, you can't do it, right? So I suppose a poacher is more designed to be just scoring and shooting all the time, so it would make sense that you can't have it on him. Right, slip him in. Good touch. Kontorakis got a bit wide. Ah. Hey, Super Blum. Thank you, friend. That's very kind of you. That would make sense. Okay. I am disappointed with this in front of goal today, but you know what? If we win the match, it doesn't matter too much. Not that goal difference matters to us, luckily. Then again, our goal difference is actually really good on account of those ridiculously big wins against Lazio and Villarreal. I think if we... Bear in mind, if we beat Sevilla... Hopefully, which is a tough ask, admittedly. That gives us 13 points. This one should be enough to get us top 24, but obviously I want more than that. Well, that is a really good coffee. Looks for pass. Yeah, I suspect that if I did that, he just wouldn't actually be able to... Oh, my God. Striker! Yeah, it does. I think it's because they've got more on the line. Maybe they play stronger squads a little bit. But to be fair, Ferencváros have massively out-achieved what I expected from them. I thought that they would maybe get 1 or 2 points in this group. Maybe take a draw at home against one of their easier games in the pot 4 sides. The fact that they've got 8 points on the board currently going into this game is amazing. And it's done such wonders for them financially and for us coefficient-wise, to the point where we actually could still have a better season this year than last year, despite teams getting to the finals last year. All the Norwich strikers on stream. Who is Norwich's striker currently? That's a great ball. Bizarma's in. And that's a penalty. That has to be... Not only a penalty, that looks like a red. Because he pulls him down. Let's see if the game actually has that programmed in. I'm curious. Because to me, that should be a red card. We'll see. Because he actually pulls him over there. And makes no attempt to play the ball. Let's see. Does he send him off? No. Not even a yellow. Oh, no, he did get a yellow, I think. That's disappointing. Who takes these pens? Oh, it's Velasquez. Go on. Go on, Tommy. Great pen. Bottom corner, 3-0. Easy. In the last 2 games... Oh, really? Would have been no penalty. Oh, so it would have been the Varting from the Brighton game yesterday. I saw the highlights of that, and I was literally like... I was angry for Brighton. To be honest. Or the Newcastle... Oh, yeah, I genuinely could not see... how that was given either, honestly. Yes, 3-0 win, dominant, and still managed to underperform massively. Been VAR'd, there's no penalty. I have seen a few. Do you know how I feel like you can tell when it's going to go no penalty? Because I've noticed in all the no penalty situations, the referee runs over to the sideline rather than doing it in his ear, which is like a dead giveaway. Happened in a couple of off-camera matches I was playing with MTK at the end of last season. Don't get double penalised. No. This literally every time I bring this up, someone says this because it's just not very well known. The double jeopardy rule only applies if you're attempting to play the ball. So if you slide in as a last man in the penalty area and try to win the ball and you knock them down and it's a penalty, you cannot be sent off for it. If you drag them down by the back of their shirt or something or pull them down when you're not attempting to play the ball, you still can get a red card for that because you have to be attempting to play the ball. Tim Ream got sent off for Fulham against Manchester City in the FA Cup a couple of years ago for that exact thing. It doesn't happen very often, as you can imagine, because a lot of the situations where people go down in the box like that, most of the time they're trying to slide in and they misjudge it. But if you actually yank someone over, it's still a red card. Yeah, that's basically kind of, yeah. Funniest game ever. Oh, God, it was... I can understand their annoyance with that game, because it just... Obviously, I missed most of the matches because I didn't get back to the pub till like 4, and I'm kind of glad because it meant I got to watch the second half of the Fulham game in at least a little bit of a buzz. But Christ, decision making process. Yeah, that's it. All you need. Just hear the decision making process. I don't know why that would be difficult, honestly. I feel like transparency helps everybody, right? What is with all the results here? 5-0, 8-0. 8-0 to Arsenal. Admittedly, early red card there for Bodo, which probably helped. Then again, Inter had 2 red cards and Lyon only just beat them. Man United 4-0. 8-0 to Real Madrid over Ludogorets. Actually, those results aren't hugely surprising, I suppose, given the quality of opposition, right? Okay, right, we got the result. Ferencváros lost, but they are still going to be top. Oh, shit. Ferencváros are very, very close to not going. If they go through, it's going to be a dreamland, honestly. But I don't know who their last game's against. That's the problem. Hurley's hurt. We'll go have a look who their last game's against. That'll tell us everything. Oh, God. So we're going to be missing... Yoshi, lol. He probably won't even be here by the second leg. One of these... I mean, my position on this will always be the same. I am pro-VAR, but I'm also pro-VAR actually fucking doing something. Like... They just seem to be completely neutered most of the time because then they're afraid to disagree with the referee half the time. It's like, what? That's your fucking job. It feels like it's the implementation of it that I completely... Yeah, I'm pro-VAR. Well, it's not even if it works. The actual concept works if they do their jobs, but they don't. They actually... It feels like they're kind of... They've got their hands tied behind their back a lot of the time. It feels like they've almost been told that they... Unless it's like... It's because of this clear and obvious shit. Which... To me, adding things like clear and obvious is so stupid because it provides a subjective standard to what could potentially be an objective situation. So you're just adding more layers of cloudiness to it for no reason. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Whether it's clearly wrong or a little bit wrong, it's wrong. Or right, you know? That for me, anyway. Yeah, just hear the VAR room. Or at least, even if you can't hear the actual discussion, at least hear like the correspondence when they actually... the very end bit. So you get to hear the reasoning at the end, maybe. Just something. There needs to be some steps, right? Well, the whole point is the referee can make mistakes, and the VAR is supposed to be there to be like, look, this sometimes happens, we get it, it's a fast-moving game, right? Particularly when there's a whole team of them. That's really good, Tom. Yeah, that's what they need. To find a point of the match. No. I mean, the thing is, this is the hilarious thing, is the decisions are still going to be way more correct than they were before. And I feel like people forget that, but I can totally understand because now it makes that. But having something like VAR, it means that there's less excuse for when it is wrong. Because when the referee got a decision wrong before, you could be like, "Oh, he's unsighted. It's a fast-moving game," etc. But now they have less excuses because of it. Should just hold him if you think it's basically. Like, to be fair, with the Matoma one, with the touch from Tjubio, it's a very quick-moving situation, and you can see why a referee might miss that in the heat of the moment because it's very, very fast. But the whole point of a VAR is that obviously for that not to be the case, but it's just how it is, isn't it? They just refused to call plays correctly in protest and expanded the challenges. Peter Bread, thank you for the gifted sub to Inferno. That's super nice of you, man. How are you? Oh, nice one, Casper. Did you see that? Oh, I'm so glad. That's 2 people now that have said they're liking it. I'm doing a full video about it early next week because I feel like it needs to be talked about. Just because, you know, not every now and then. It's every now and then I find something that I'm like, okay, this is kind of interesting. Let's talk about it. Right. So, Újpest are home to Shamrock Rovers, the big one. And that's it, isn't it? Because there's no Conference League after Christmas. Come on, Újpest. Do the business. Pavlos Kyriakidis. The name rings a bell, yes. I'm assuming he was a guy we had at Ermis? If I had to guess, anyway. You know, I want Castillo. I want them to go away. Ooh. I found out, do you two know each other? Like, I've asked this before, I think, but like, I get the impression that you know each other in real life. When do you reckon it'll be out? Either tomorrow or Tuesday. Possibly Tuesday if I can't get it all done. Basically, I've got all the stuff prepped for it, for the video tomorrow, but it's a question of whether I can script everything out and maybe get it edited by tomorrow night. If not, then it'll be Tuesday night, basically. But you'll get an idea of how it works just by watching today. Where is our team reports? I feel like I should have had a team report. Oh, there it is. Zamalek. Nah. Ignorable. But the great thing about that is now we don't have to worry about discarding people. They're just not there. Yes, I think there used to be a lot of, like, clarification on... I think what they need to do is adjust some of the rules to make it easier for situations like that in general. But that's more of a... what's it called? Who's the people that do that? Is it... No, it's not FIFA Pro, is it? That's the Players Union. I can't remember the name of the people that work on stuff like that. Oh, Captain Unfantastic. Yes, I remember that exact episode. IFAB, that's the one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now, PGMOL is the refereeing lot in the UK for the Premier League, is it not? I was thinking of IFAB in terms of the overall football rules stuff. All teams that has a player in the under-21 teams. So the way you do it is... The way I do it anyway is I go to... Say I'm scouting through Europe or whatever and I go to Greece. I'll look in their under-21 squad. Or under-18 squad. Any squad that has like a genuine number of players. I'll look at which teams have the most players coming from them. So this random team here actually does, and they're non-contracts. But these guys as well. Although, that's weird. Let's go to the under-21 side, just in case. AEK, then I'll just right-click on it. Go to team report, and then just get a report on their under-19s like that. I've already done Greece before, so that's why they're not showing up again. And then what I've done, after I've queued them all up, then I go into the team reports one in here. Then you add a column called squad size. And then any that are 0 or 1, I just cancel. Because that means I've only got one player or none in that squad. And you can keep an eye on this in case players move around, so you can save yourself some extra time. Oh god, no. No. Because if you do all teams, you're wasting so much time and you're going to be scouting a lot of teams who might not even have any players in their squad. By looking through the national team ones and finding teams through there, you can guarantee that those teams have players in their youth teams because that's how they generated those youth players. It lets you know who's had recent youth intakes. That's the little thing that we've been helping with. Know each other. Yeah, I was actually talking about this exact thing at the pub yesterday, James. I had to explain to my friends what the car crash human looked like, and they were kind of just like, yeah, I see it. To which I felt extremely offended. So Phoenix Bardo is going to Haladash for a little bit. Oh, Asante Kotoko. Nothing particularly spectacular there, so we just move on. Saves us all sorts of stuff, because it doesn't means you don't have to discard scout reports. It's great. Gianluca Prestiani. Oh, I remember this name. I think we actually once even scouted him, in fact. Basically, the Argentine Endrick. No wonder we fucking know his name. Man's at Ferencvaros and has that. He's got 2 Argentina caps. How is... When did he... Free transfer from Man United. Damn, that's good. Look at his value. 14 to 17 million for a player they actually have under contract. This is the difference now. They've actually got players that they own that are worth like 20 million pounds. It's great because at some point they're going to start selling those guys, and now they've got shitloads of money. Like, how much money have they got in the bank now? They have 24 million quid in the bank. Next season, Ferencvaros are going to be spending huge money. Who do they have? Good question. At home against Tottenham. Oh, it's set up for it perfectly, isn't it? It is so perfectly set up for this. If they could have just beat Stade Rennais. That said, they did come from 2 goals down. We need the ultimate Spursing. That's what we need. We need Spurs to be the Spursiest team imaginable. Spurs are lower in the league than they are. Spurs are 24th. In fact, hang on. Aren't they level on points? Yep. Spurs are directly behind them. They are level on points currently, and they're only above Spurs because of head-to-head, somehow. Because they've scored more goals in the head-to-head thing. Ooh, things are about to get spicy. If they draw, yeah, you're right. A draw would actually be. I mean, a draw would probably be enough anyway because 9 points. But then you're right. The head-to-head, it's going to be. Oh, if Spurs were ever going to be Spursy, which they do a lot in FM, now would be the time for that to happen. And it's only like a week away because these games are super close together. Alejo. No, that's not how you spell that, Matt. Sarko. And there he is. He's actually at Lanús. Solid player. Because yeah, you're right. It is because they're in it too, aren't they? I think that I don't know if we're going to win our last game. We are at home against Sevilla, who aren't a bad side by any means. They're actually above us as things go. But I'm hoping that with the rest midweek, we'll hopefully maybe get some of the AFCON guys back for the second leg. I hope. Because it's coming up to late January now, which would suggest that that's what's going to happen. Oh, we already did that one, didn't we? So coefficient-wise, we won 11.5 now. So we're actually only 6th on the year. Is that 6th on the year? Yeah, but we're right in there. No, not 6th on the year, 5th on the year. 11.5 points at this stage is insane. Oh, well, welcome in, Summer Ranker. How's it going, man? I feel like we had less points than this last season at this stage. We must have done. We're not even at the end of the group stages yet. We've got 11.5 points. And the key thing is we're above France and Germany for this season. So we're actually closing that gap to them, which means next year as well. Wait, next year? Oh no, next year's going to be tough because that's the year we got to the Champions League final. So that might have to be a year of kind of stabilizing. But after that, this year here are going to be, I think we're going to make the real ground up on those guys. It's going to be good. Misty shenanigans. Other than, well, basically the situation is thus. Ferencváros play Spurs on the final day of the Champions League. And if they could avoid defeat, they'll probably be through. No Palanic Mates. Yeah, Norway are absolutely cracking on it. It's actually kind of mad how good Norway have been this year. As were they last year, but this year have been on a different level. Well, that's what we're hoping for anyway. We'll have to see. Sevilla at home, they're 10th, but we've been so unlucky in the Champions League this season. It's been ridiculous. Some of the horrendous results we've had. Like, we should have hammered Benfica. We should have beat Celtic. Should have got something against City as well. Oh, God, Angola won. Away at Nigeria. Fair play. That's actually relatively impressive. Liverpool wants silver still. Can we get some more bids for Yoshi, please? Here we go. Right, a bid on Yoshi. It's better. Nakanishi, £23 million. Okay. So you notice how his transfer value has now gone from 16 million at the start of the stream to now 22 to 24. This is what we want. I feel like at this stage we can still keep just rejecting these. I want to wait till like the last 5 days of the window to start actually trying to do the bidding war, because we want a lovely. Yes, that would be the wonderful work of Saz. There is actually a newer version of the skin out right now that adds some extra stuff, but I haven't actually updated to that yet because I'm still quite happy with what I've got. He's 21. Yeah, probably best to skip him. Also reject. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I still want to, like, because sometimes they can lose interest if they sign some. They might go, oh, you're bidding too much, so you want us to pay too much, so they'll just sign someone else and drop their interest. We don't want that. We want to keep the interest up at the same time whilst, trying to bait them, I suppose. These are quite low offers for Montiel, weirdly. Zoltan's doing better. He had a weird spell where he was training quite poorly, but I do that every time, don't I? But his training rate is now up to, you can't see it, but it's 9.2. So he's definitely back on the correct sort of trajectory, so to speak. He's started 8 games for us this season in the league. He is, after all, just a backup. I do wonder if a loan move for Zolt might be good once he turns 18. Sorry, once he turns 17, just to get that football out there. But for the moment, I'm happy with him. I actually have him working on defensive positioning as well, just to see if we can get something out of him doing that. But I like what I'm seeing so far. I don't know if he's ever going to be the world beater. But yeah, he's doing all right. Hey, Neutral, I'm doing excellent, my friend. How are you? A bit of that. So, Joramar is going to Vashas. What does that take us up to? We must be getting close to 118 again now. 114. And I think there's still a few other loans set to go. So, Aguilar potentially moving as well. Let me just check the loan farm. Just make sure there's not any other wanted symbols that we're missing out on. Yeah, we're good. Hey, Dan! What did you think of the game yesterday? I only saw the second half, and it was shit. What are we doing at the moment? Yeah, a bit of that. Don't want to accidentally list them. No, I have no saves that I do like as an actual save that I like play for fun or anything like that. I have loads of other saves. So, for example, I spent all of Friday doing an FC Copenhagen save one season where I went 5 years into the future and then played through a season because I was testing the scouting stuff. But other than that, not really. Oh, yeah, I'm going to rotate the side for sure. Oh, Tramberg, yes. To Pekshi, that'd be lovely. Doesn't look like we're going to get many others. Most of these seem to be foreign sides because of the way we set this up, but that's fine. Eventually, there's going to be a domestic side in there at some point, right? If we're lucky. Maybe not. Okay, we get like one extra team out. They are very much on the beach, but it is still disappointing to see because it's like, I would quite like to not finish like lower than 11th, and it looks like we're just going to do everything we can to make sure that happens, which is disappointing, man. Fulham might finish below Chelsea. Maybe. It's kind of mad that we're still not. Oh, I have so many test saves. It's ridiculous, yeah. So whenever I want to do like a scouting test, my go-to thing is sim 5 years into the future with a new database to get all the regens through and test it like I was a fresh player for it. I always use FC Copenhagen because, I don't know, I just really like managing them when I do those saves because they're one of those teams that's like perfect for that type of thing. Because I feel, in my head, that's like your slightly hardcore player but kind of interesting save type of player is the FC Copenhagen type save where it's like a sub-elite European side that's a big fish, small pond, big scouting range, decent budget. Oh, FC Copenhagen is the perfect control group. I test everything at FCK. Generally, so when I did, you know when I did the big scouting video that blew up last year? That was tested with FCK as well. So I figured you might as well just kind of continue it, you know? Nothing's viable there. Porto seek Nakanishi deal. Okay, 26. Dortmund want Nakanishi? Ah, okay, 30 million now. Okay, now makes me think if we could start to bid Dortmund up, we might be in a better position. Installments, international appearances, which you will get. 30. What about 39.5 million here? And then we can start to spread our wings a little bit. As in start doing the bid out thing. If I can get them to agree to like nearly 40 million. Okay, they've gone for 34 million. That's their like final offer currently is 34 million. With 23 up front. But now what we could do would be to offer him out for 34 million or 35 million. Try to get someone to dump 35 million flat on the table. Yeah, I think we might as well start the bidding war here because we're now at a point where I'm happy to start letting... If we only ended up getting 34 million, I would be fine with that, given that he's decided to leave the club anyway. So we'll see. Bear in mind, he is still hopefully wanted by PSG in that, right? And it's major interest from Barca, Bayern, Liverpool and... Oh, no PSG anymore. But there's enough big sides in there. I think we can keep this going. So I'll accept that at 34 million. Then we'll offer to clubs for 35 million, just because 34 million is a pain. Actually, I might just try 34 million flat to start with, so that we can see if we can get someone to equal the bid. But in like a flat fee, which would be way better for us. Okay. Oh, I already did that, didn't I? Right, let's see. But that way, if it all falls down, we'll still be happy with the money we get from that. It's not, honestly, it could have been more, but there was times in previous seasons where we could have maybe sold him for a little bit more, but it's just annoying that he did the whole consider my options thing. It's like, why would you do that? Plus, Dortmund are brilliant at overpaying for our players is one of the things we've noticed so much so far. Right, so we want to rotate the entire squad. 3.1 million in, yeah, so I mean, the profit is obviously obscene. So we want Kontavrakis, we want... Yeboah still into national duty. Be Pereira. Ooh. Bizarma there, and I could always try... Holy shit. I guess, God, even Mihai Alaku. Let's put Robert Olsen in. The youngster. Nakanishi, because... Oh, Christ. Kamil Kraus, and then we'll pay Zoltan. But, like, that way around. Hardy. Yeah, but so can Bizarma. Actually, yeah, Hardy might be okay there. I'd be more concerned when he has to play the Trek side. Where is he? Yeah, screw it. Hardy will be fine. Terrano. Oh, Darla's back, at least. I know that... Dela Cruz should be available, right? They never like putting him in the team. He's unhappy again, by the way, because he just never isn't unhappy. And we'll drop out Montiel for... My God. Oh, Donzalo. That's fine. That'll be okay. So Olsen makes his debut. This midfield is a bit concerning, but it's Mezhkovez, right? Who cares? Need Dala for Champions League. Did I not start? Hang on, did I start Dala? Yeah, that's fine. Dala for Champions League. True. Actually, yeah, we'll start Stevenson Ferrin then. Since he couldn't go out on loan, he'll do the job for us. He's basically the next Terra Nova. Arguably, well, you say that, but they've just knocked out Nigeria. So they might actually have a bit of longevity there, which is concerning. Watch them go and win the whole thing now. Morian, thank you for the 15 months, my friend. How's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. One player in the squad. That's going to be Robert Olsen, isn't it? Number 43. Oh, yeah, you're right. Of course he is. Wait, that must have been their last group game or something, and they obviously didn't progress enough forward. Of course he is. He was literally selectable, wasn't he? I'm an idiot. It's Yeboah and people like that Yeboah and Hassam, Abdul Nabi, and all those guys that are sort of, you know, from the slightly more established African nations. Good point, Hadrian. Good point. But debut for Robert Olsen, 16 years old. Zoltan, probably not even the youngest player in the squad for this game, so that's a new one for him. He's a senior man. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for being nervous, honestly. I would have much rather started Mihai Alaku, but it seems that he's unavailable at the moment, and I think that might be because he's not in the first team squad, so I might have to check that, because I think Mihai could do with some first team training. I'm just so happy that we found Mihai Alaku, and he's actually good. Rayton Jr. with the 21 months. How's it going? Screamers.
Has Yeboah scored any screamers for you? As a Leeds fan, I love that name.
But it gets better when you realise his first name is Yakubu. So yes, he has actually scored some bangers, because he has like 18 flair, and he just scores very interesting goals a lot of the time. That's a nice little pass, actually. It's nice to see Ferrin getting in the team a little bit. It's a great... Oh, there he is. FX Hardy 1-0. Come on. What would the plan be? The plan at that point would be to maybe just see how many... Just test out some tactic stuff. But I don't think we miss the knockouts, just on account of the fact we've already got 10 points. So getting out of the knockouts now would take some serious effort, because usually 9 points is enough to qualify you for the knockouts, and we've got 10. Yeah, I suspect the reason that he played is because I forgot to put him in the first team. So he's obviously set available for all the under-19 games and stuff, which must be what it was. That's a nice pass, actually. And that was actually Hardy playing as a Trek in that, because he came in from the left-hand side. I feel like I really want Hardy to be able to achieve something here, but I do wonder if he's just never going to be quite the level that we need. Although, oh, there was a lovely pass on there, potentially. Ferrin, going through everyone. Can he do it again? Oh! Can we talk about Stevenson Ferrin, who has now provided 2 absolutely beautiful assists? That is a level of composure that we don't normally get from our wingbacks. Because, you know, usually when an Abdul Nabi or De La Cruz gets in this position, they normally shoot. But he is actually listening to instructions brilliantly. Has he got really high, like, teamwork or something? It is teamwork, right? That would be the good... 13. Good. He has 16 decisions as well. That might be what's doing it. Intriguing. That 16 decisions is definitely helping. Obviously, the good teamwork helps too, but I think his 16 decisions is what's allowing him to make those decisions. Because he's assisted both goals so far by literally putting it on a plate. He's creating chances that our strikers cannot miss. Well, not cannot miss. Yeah, the rule of thumb is number of matches plus 1 for qualification. And if you want to go to the top 8, then it's double the number of matches plus 1. So basically, you either want 9 points or 17. Oh, slip him through. Yes, what a pass. Oh! Hello. It's offside. I don't know if that is offside or not, but regardless, all of a sudden, we're passing the ball properly and actually taking our chances. That's going to be disallowed, I think, because they've not got their hands in the air. Yeah. But still. I think he was actually offside from the second pass because he makes a run too early. Oh, yes. But nice from Hardy. Yet again, though. We're actually putting the ball on a plate for each other instead of trying to take stupid angles. Loving this. I wonder if we get a hat-trick of assists from Ferrin today. That would be fascinating. Oh! You love to... I mean, it's shit, but you love to see it. He saw Haaland doing that yesterday, and he's like, let me try. That was nice. Kontavrakis has played like crap today, but we'll take it. He's showing off. You're right. I think Hardy might be more suited to one of the wide roles, particularly in league games. And then just allow, obviously, Kontavrakis... Plus, it means that he can play again, because obviously Kontavrakis has pretty much monopolised that secondary spot as a striker this season. So to allow Hardy back into things would be really nice. I just want to get Ferrin on the ball a little bit more. Oh, he's making some good runs. Also, yeah, that's not just pure assists, is it? He's getting key passes too, he must be. And doing great things. He's making great runs. He's getting in a good position. So here we go. Pick him out, Camille. Right. Oh, no, it's Hardy. Oh, right. Okay, use Ferrin. He's right there for you. Ah, it's poor. Oh, Hardy's in. Oh, it's a penalty. Great work from Javier there. Loving Ferrin's work here. That was a blatant foul. So who takes them in this? Oh, it's actually Hardy. Yeah, he's bullied him into the pen, which he will now take. Oh, and he's sent the keeper. He's given the keeper the eyes. 3-0. Francois Javier Hardy has had an absolutely brilliant game so far. He looks creative. He looks boisterous. He's got bombastic side eye. He's got it all. Every now and then he has a game and I just get excited about him all over again. But today he has really, him and Ferrin have led this team. Kontavrakis has kind of almost been a bystander in the front line. I think because he's sort of a striker, having him in those like sort of wide... Oh, hang on. Verga checks through it. Come on. Good save, Unia. Really good, actually. It's that one. That's that 17 1-on-1s coming in handy from Unia Portilla there. Did he barely even get a bump for that? Get all the mutants. Olsen struggled in his defense. But we'll get Bazama in for a bit. And, well, would you believe it? I'm going to give Josef Ehring a run out. Donzelo's... No, I'll leave him on. I don't really want to risk someone else. And honestly, anyone I bring in here is just going to be player we want for the next game anyway. So, Josef Ehring returns to the MTK side. Score for us in the save. True. And bloody proud of it he is too. And I'm proud of him as well. Watch Ehring now score a hat-trick in the last 20 minutes and give us a whole new problem to deal with. Not really Waves of Farmer, no. He hasn't really kicked on, per se. He was not really the player we were expecting. He had that injury as well. He then had some loan spells that didn't really work out for him. We brought him back, and now he's sort of become a squad player here, who very much is a capable player in this league. And I'm more than happy to have him around our first team. I feel totally safe when he's in the team. Here he is on the ball again. He's drawn 2 players to him. Okay, that was poor. Oh! And that is in the net. I don't know how that's... I mean, Ehring's put it in. It might be his first goal for... Oh, it's given! Ehring scored a goal. Josef Ehring has scored a goal for MTK Budapest for the first time in about 4 years. The keeper fucks it, and then Ehring's put it in from a very tight angle. Yeah, he was just too much. Hey, Hayden, how's it going, man? The legend returns. That's one. What else can you get in the next 13 minutes? This is good from us. The Vulture. He's certainly been picking up scraps. Why is he angry? There we go. Ferrin's on a 9.4 now. He's just accumulating rating in this match for some reason. That's a man of the match performance if I've ever seen one. Thoroughly deserved. 2 assists, but there has to be more to it than just the assists. Oh, there it is. I want to see his output. 2 assists, 2 dribbles, successful as well. 2 key passes, which would be the goals. 2 clear-cut chances. No crosses. Wait, those counted as passes instead of crosses? I suppose they kind of were, weren't they? Tackles as well. 6 interceptions as well. That's really solid. He's just had a good game, to be honest. Just check the attacking stuff, see if there's any other attributes that stand out for him. What's that there? Fouls against. He's won a few fouls. He's just had a great 9.7 in the end. Yeah, but that I think is good because that has he got really good anticipation as well. 13. It's solid. Good on both feet probably helps. I'm very much a fan of Stevenson Ferrin. It's given me a lot to think about that he can put up those kind of numbers. He's got through a lot of running. I am excited about him potentially. Particularly with us no longer having Medinger. We've now got that third choice right back, who honestly could at times be a second choice right back. I mean, we are playing the worst side in the league. Developing, probably not, because he hasn't really... He had an injury. His training ratings fell a little bit. Let me get Alaku out of the B team for a second. But also, man did just put in a man of the match performance for the MTK second team. Without scoring or assist... Well, probably assisted, right? Don't know if she say so. I assume he did. Abidjan? Nah. Farine. Oh, Farine. Okay, I like that. That actually sounds better. I was calling him Ferran originally, but then I realized that sounds more French than anything else. What? Oh, yeah, there were some guys from this team randomly in one of the things. Here we go. Right. But this is the thing. These scout reports are way easier to deal with a much smaller number of players in them. It's brilliant. So anyone who's reasonable or anything below extensive, we just send them around again. Boom ting. Deportivo Cali players. All right. There's just so many. It's glorious. League so far, I think that would be 61 because of that game. So there's Vaca here. Okay player. Arbala. Jovial. He might be quite a cheap option for someone else in the league. Hey, Gelcha. He's intriguing. Arboleda. There's Padua as well. 18 years old. He's not bad. And cheap, again. Fisher from Austria Vienna. I think we already kind of decided that he was maybe too expensive more than anything else. Then there's Olarte, who's a bit more expensive. Actually, I might do exactly what I was talking about earlier, where I send them around again for one more try to see if it updates their... Because that's what happens a lot with me when I was testing this. Eric, thank you very much for the Prime. Hope you're having a lovely Sundat. We'll just send them around again. 2 assists. 54 passes, 53 passes completed. Is he tall as well? 5'7", wow. Dude won 80% of his headers as well. Despite that. That's impressive. Hey, Atkins. It's also 44 consecutive league matches that we've won, which is mental to me. I bet you we still don't get the flawless season, but still, we gave it our best shot. 2 matches. Oh, then it goes back to 1, but it won't go back to 2 because obviously we'll probably, touch wood, hopefully have some Champions League action after that. Oh, that's our record ever wins. Wow. Okay, so the day has come for goddammit Patrice. Obviously, we can't act on it yet because I want to make sure the Yoshi situation is resolved before we go after Patrice. I'm concerned that they might want more money, though. That's the issue with Patrice. So, have we actually had any more bids on Yoshi yet? Because it feels like that's just kind of happening and we are not getting any other options on him yet. Interesting. More clubs are now interested. Let's try again. Just offer him out for the same amount again. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's the next day, isn't it? Idiot, Matt. Yeah, I think we've got time to wait on Villaume because our window obviously is a bit longer, but I want to make sure that we deal with that first. So we've got the cash. Because the last thing we want to do is spend loads of money on him and then somehow not sell Yoshi for whatever reason. Because I've had players turn down contracts at Dortmund twice in this save. Bellingham, ironically, was one of them. Because I thought, oh, he's gone, but then he just turned down their contract. So we must be onto the African scouting reports now, which is cool. That's an affiliate one. We're bound to find some guys there, for sure. Particularly when we get to, like, Diambars, Generation Foot, all those lads. It's going to be great. And Asec Mimosas, although we probably already know about them. Because they obviously are our affiliate side anyway. Sevilla report. Porto for Fernandez. But such a shitty offer as well. I mean, they want him, but, like, they're not even bidding good money. Nor are they even on Castillo. 97 million's a bit better, but still not amazing for what is an absolute world-class striker. Give me 200 and we'll talk. It's going good, Chiru. Very good. Hopefully, if we can just sell a player that's wanting away, we might be able to transfer that money to someone else. Oh, I haven't checked AFCON, have I? We'll do that now. Ooh, okay. Even though he's not 4-star, he's close enough, and he's also 18 to the point where I feel like he's worth a scout report at this point. Loan extension. Wait. Hang on. Which loan extension? Under that Fernandez offer. Oh, good shout. Although, he's on loan in Peru, so I'd rather him come home and be loaned out again. Very good shout. Budafok. Happy promise kept. That's good. Okay, so, AFCON, yes. Let's quickly check that. It's African nations, isn't it? Not Chan. Here we go. Any surprise? Let's just go to the groups. No worries. I didn't even see it, so thank you for pointing that out. So Tunisia knocked out the group stages. Cape Verde coming in strong. Also, Ahmed Bragab at Zamalek. Hi. Probably too much for us, but still, note that he's got that amount of goals. It's always worth looking at, particularly as a regen there. Also, Bakary Diop. It's a shame he's at Porto. He is absolutely the one that got away. What a guy. So Senegal, Cameroon, and Guinea-Bissau through. Wow, look at the flags in that group. That's wonderful. They've gone, no, you are only allowed yellow, red, and green in this group. This is the group of yellow, red, and green. Oh, apart from a bit of black on the Guinea-Bissau flag. But still, that's a cool group. Dr. Congo out as well to Equatorial Guinea, finishing above Dr. Congo. They lost to them. That's mad. Zambia are through. Algeria out bottom of the group as well. Just surprising. Burkina Faso, obviously, the best team in the world, through. But we all knew that was going to happen. Defending champions, Burkina Faso. Second round.
Where I park my car.
Okay, apart from that part, we ignore that part as Guinea knocked them out. Wow. I think they have like a situation like the Euros, potentially. Ledge, thank you very much for the follow. I'll actually refund your points now because I just realised there's two different lookups for the AFCON bit. So Guinea-Bissau and Guinea are both through. Quarterfinals, Cape Verde versus Guinea-Bissau. Senegal versus Guinea. Egypt versus Morocco or Ghana. That's a big tie. Tell you what, this side of the draw is kind of interesting. From the smaller nations, I don't know, because I think it depends entirely on what you consider a smaller nation. I'm trying to think what's our most obscure high-quality region? We get everyone back in so I can have a look. Belgium, Bosnia, Bulgaria. Navarro, maybe? Because he's Costa Rican? Dala, probably, yeah. Either it would be someone like Emmanuel Dala, who's Angolan, and we actually signed him from an Angolan club, or it would be possibly Navarro, who's Costa Rican, who's an absolute god. Come on, I mean, it is, but like worldies? I feel like you don't find as many, like you find good players, but world class, maybe not so much. Ecuador, nah. Lithuanians aren't actually that good here. North Korean dude, lol. Found a Filipino called J-Lo. Lots of South Africans. Honestly, it's been... Montiel as a world-class Paraguayan is... I'd say they're the most sort of obscure. Weirdly, this hasn't thrown up that many obscures. There was a Sri Lankan goalkeeper knocking about as well, which was quite fun. Right, if Real Madrid and the lads could get back to us about the whole Yoshi thing. Bosnia regions. Yes, we do have one Bosnian dude. His name is Haris Živkovic, and he's very good. He's out on loan at the moment, but he is... I think it's Haris Živkovic. It might be one R in Harris. I can't remember exactly. Yeah, it is. So yeah, Haris Živkovic on loan at Sombor Haladash. He is he's a bit excellent. Still no caps for Bosnia yet, but he's only 17. Losing determination isn't ideal. How has he only managed one goal? Then again, he is playing for Haladash, so there is that. Yeah, he was a huge punt. And so proud of us for making that punt. But I feel like he's the exact type of player that we can find using this method. In fact, he might have already been one of the first guys. Because Bosnia with a B, he might have been one of the guys that we signed starting off with this team report thing. I don't know. Because you can always tell whereabouts in the report strip you are because of the letter that the country begins with that you're looking. 131 million for Castillo. Damn. World class. I don't know about 20. He needs football, and luckily that's what he's getting, but 46 million for Silva. That's mad. I don't really want to sell Castillo. Unless they came in like 200 million, then we'd maybe have to look at it. We do, Maureen, have a new scouting method, yes. And it, for me, feels more viable. It still has the same amount of setup work as far as the time invested in it. But I think it skips through a lot of the shit, basically. It stops you... I think we might, James, but I reckon it probably tops out at more like 150, which is still a lot, don't get me wrong, but I feel like it would be he's not a striker we could easily replace, even with... We don't have much behind him, and I feel like we can't afford to weaken ourselves right there. If we already have identified the next guy in his position, and we kind of... we do have Bobby Tree, and we are stacked with regen strikers. It's a tough one. If it gets to close to 200, we might have to actually discuss it, but at the moment, I feel like 130, it's still not enough. Particularly because we don't actually need to sell right now. The video will be out either tomorrow or Tuesday, but basically, to sum it up, it's targeted team reports, but there's a method of finding who to target, so you don't just waste your time. Then there's like a triage method going through there, and it's way quicker than using the others. It's way quicker than doing my international scouting, basically. Not even quicker, so much as more efficient, I suppose. Navarra RPM. Are we really that light in those positions still? God, we really are. Because we've still got we're still missing Seri, Yaboa, and Abdul Nabi, and that's really key. Those three. It's extended. I suppose it is, but at the same time, also, as much as it's extended, it feels like you get to skip a lot of the. You're not having to sift through 100 E-rated players every single scout report. You only get the best stuff, and that's what I kind of like about it. Hey, Pablo. I haven't seen the movie No Heading. I might do at some point. And Diet? Surely we've got better people than Diet left back. Right, no. We do Darla at left back, and then we do Dela Cruz at right back, right? It's a shame Ferran's not registered. Could have done with him right now after that last performance. How do I do that? How do I do what specifically? Sorry, I must have been. I'm just trying to make sure. I'm catching up on the conversation thread. Malero or Navarro? Yeah, Navarro's. I like that Navarro can play deeper. It helps. Yeah, and Dai is still here. It's kind of mad, isn't it? Oh, I've frozen. In honor. I'm so very deep in thought. I'm just like, yeah. Look at that. Look at that lip bite, chat. That's normally extra. That is. That's normally only for the tier 3s. That extra little lip bite. You'd have to see it. Yeah, it removes the fat, and it also means that it's much easier when you get a scout report because it'll only contain like 15 players at a time once a week, and you can actually look at each individual player rather than going, oh Christ, there's 100 players here, we'll be here all day. New scout method. I literally just explained it, but basically, I'm going to make a video about it because I don't want to have to keep explaining the same thing over and over and over. But basically, team reports, but in a targeted way, and there's a way of finding out how to target them. Basically, Super Striker. He came through at their academy. Mr. Pro, I'm fairly certain Daniel Steen was a Mulder youth prospect in that save, which is why it was so cool. Show what to look for in the certain positions. Probably not, just because it's not something that. Unfortunately, if I did a video like that, all it would be is the comment section of, I'm actually not interested in that. I'm just... Plus, I don't feel like I have anything to add, truth be told. Like, the game kind of tells you what to look for. If you're looking for a wing back on attack, then try to focus on attributes that suit a wing back on attack, basically. Because it's... The game will actually show you exactly what roles... Now, that doesn't mean it's perfect, because there are some things you might want in addition to this, but it's a nice guideline to work with, I would say. Yeah, basically, I try to avoid content that is way too subjective like that because it's such a minefield of stuff I just don't need in my life, you know? Like, that's why I like making these scouting ones, because it's like, even if someone disagrees, it's like, just don't use it then. Like, you know? Giamot in the Conference League. That's pretty sick. No, obviously, when I do the scouting stuff, I do still get people being like, well, I do this. I'm like, okay, cool. Then do that. Like... This isn't me saying the only way to do it is this. It's just another option for you, isn't it? But that's another thing as well. When you might want something different out of a player than I do, because it's not even just a question of the role he's playing. It could be the players around him as well that is kind of important, you know? 112. Okay, right. We got an entry up front. Oscar Gluck. Is it Sevilla in this save? That's kind of sick. He finally found some football. 69 appearances. Nice. But yeah, I feel like there's just better information out there than what I could provide, particularly as my understanding, not even my understanding, when I'm looking for players, I actually go quite basic because I feel like sometimes that you can get bogged down in trying to min-max everything to the point where, say you're looking at a player, there will people who'll be like, well, this guy's got low consistency, ergo you should not sign him. And I'd be like, he's got 20 in every attribute. What are you talking about? But that's just an attitude that sometimes persists. Tent poles. No, literally, tent poles are so good. Tent poles, strikers, finishing, dribbling, first touch, pace, height, one of those things. Acceleration, maybe. They've got okay passing, great, but it's not absolutely required. Centre backs, can they mark, tackle, can they head, mark, and tackle the tent poles? Have they got a bit of speed? Do they have good jumping reach? Little stuff like that. Midfielders, obviously, if it's a more tempestuous midfielder, you want a bit of tackling in there as well. If it's more of a creative player, you want good passing and vision. Decision and good mental attributes will just help overall, really. On the tent poles, I still feel like if I made a video like that, it would just be people going, well, this is obvious. It's like, okay, everything's obvious until it isn't. You know? But I get your point. I think sometimes I do take it for granted a little bit. Do they have good long throws? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at what happened with Wassamajiggy, with Francois Xavier Hardy. He looked like he was the perfect man for us and just wasn't really there. Yeah, the fact that Steen... The worst thing about that, Mr. Progress, is that we never really got to, like, move him back to Mulder properly, like, because he only ever was a lone player. Right, our game is obviously important, but it's that game there. Do they have a fun name? To be fair, on one of my... when I was doing some, like, one of the recap videos, someone left a comment being like, I like that you play this game in a kind of light-hearted, fun way where you'll just sign a player because they have a fun name, sod their attributes. And I'm just like, yes, now you get it. It's a game and it's supposed to be fun. That's how I always treat it. Does this make this game more fun for me? If so, yes, then do. That's my simple logic to anything with this. Yabo was a very slow starter, and he's a guy we mostly signed because of his name and overspent on him, honestly. At the time, obviously, it was 250 grand. That's a massively good deal now when you think about it, but we did overspend on him at the time anyway. Funny name. Yeah, funny names just make it... For me, a funny name adds like 2 attribute points on every single thing, you know? I think short strikers are fine as long as you've got a bit of speed out of them and they've got... Oh, yes! And they've got a bit of technical ability with them. Particularly as we play low crosses. So with us using a low crossing system, having a tall striker does still help occasionally because they don't always cross the ball low. But if they've got that diminutive stature where they can nip in with high agility, good composure and finishing, and nice speed, like someone like Joshua De Bruyne is kind of the key for that. Look at this finish from Castillo as well. First time, 1-0. Come on. About a rare nation, even better. Even better.
Oh, yes, very soon.
Markimski. Don't know why I struggle with that. Thank you very much for the follow. Or your own youth player. Yeah. It's the dream. So 1-0 up early on is good, but now we can sort of start to turn our attention to the Spurs game, because that's where... Ooh, come on, you need to shift across a bit, bud. I don't want to allow the exact pass I know is about to happen. Actually, that was really good tracking from Darla there. He's forced Carmona into a bit of a difficult situation, which we should be able to achieve something from here. Oh my god, no! Oh, what nation are we talking, Adrian? Let me guess. I'm going to guess with Sri Lanka. Oh, Djibouti? No way. A 5-star... I've never seen a 5-star Djibouti. Other than when Pog's around. That's incredible. The ultimate in jealousy from me there. Totally on board with that. I've never seen a good Djiboutian... Is it Djibouti? Is that the demonym? Djiboutian player. Silver? Oh. 5-star age 17 is ridiculous. You'd love to see it. Sometimes you do get players like that because if they're really good, they'll get exposed to first-team football so early. And it can make a huge difference. Your Cutsy's going on. I mean, me and Cutsy loving Djibouti. It's just, oh no. A Rodgers penalty for Spurs gives them the lead. Screw us. Where's this situation looking? Ferencvaros would drop to 26th. He's been on Djibouti duty. He has. Djiboutian. I'll take it 2-0 Spurs. Garnacho just scored for Spurs. I think Ferencvaros might be heading out of the Champions League. It's a shame because they've done so well to actually get 8 points. We should still be proud of them. I was just hoping they could just sneak through a little bit, you know. Red and Darren, thank you for the 7 months.
Morning.
Morning. How are you, man? I would like to point out the stuttering you're seeing is actually on the game and not on my end for once. From Haiti. Haiti, you can get some really good Haitian players in the Czech Republic. Liberian and Haitian players, you'll often find at many of the various Prague-based clubs. See, for example, Johnny De Pestra from, I believe... Fuck, what save was Johnny De Pestra? Bolton, I think? Oh, go on, Castillo. This is more like it. Show off to the lads. Okay, don't. Oh, what a pass. It's the European specialist. Malero's in. Oh! New kits. No. The reason that we haven't got the new kits yet is because I'm designing a proper Beng.com logo for Nijmegen so that he can then manipulate it so that every single team in Hungary is sponsored by a subsidiary of Beng.com. Look at this for a little finish. Pops it up. Goes for the scissor kick. Glorious. Still doing it. I'm no. Basically, no. I never started it. The plan was to do that, and then it just became completely unviable. Haitian, I think there was, yes. There's definitely been at least more than one good Haitian player, for sure. Haiti is really good for those types of players. Always centre-backs in my mind. Romania has actually been really sparse on this save for us, for some reason. That being said, it is only this save, because in my the test thing I was doing with FC Copenhagen on Friday, I found 2 absolutely ridiculous Romanians. Then again, I say that as if we haven't just signed Mihai Alacu. So he's probably the best of the bunch so far, as Castillo slaps his 30th goal in as well. How many teams go through? 24. So we need Ferencvaros to get top 24 to get through, but they're not going to. They're 2-0 down at home to Spurs. It would take a miracle comeback from them at this point. This is nice composure from Castillo to actually go past the goalkeeper there. That's really solid. We take that. Yeah, that's true, actually. In the treaty save, it really was mostly Farrell Costanza, but they were very good. They were good enough for the whole of Romania. It's 5-1 to Juve in the first half against Slavia. That's a little bit concerning for them. As we go 15th and above Sevilla, presumably because they're head-to-head. Top 16 is crucial. Doing this and cycling. How are you going to do that? Are you hopping on the exercise bike or are you going out for a ride with me in your head? Because either way, I'm here for it. But no, Clayton, as for the Blue Star thing, essentially, if I'd have done a Let's Play series on YouTube in the traditional sense this year, the YouTube channel probably would have been, like, not dead, but as good as by the end of the year, and I probably would have had to stop doing this as my job, quite simply. I had to change the content, otherwise it was not going to survive. Oh, here we go. Darla trying a bit of specialness. Oh, Fernandez is so good at that. Oh, he's missed it. Here we go. Pop it through. Loads of room. I feel like fourth goal's coming here. Darla's going to the byline. Clips it in. All the way through for Silva. Come on. One more goal to finish things off. Oh, and Hurley with a beautiful header. Is that Zoltan? Yeah, but you have to feed him in slowly. I'm not going to bring him on in the first half of a Champions League game for no reason. Like, maybe in the second half, if he's on the bench, he can come on for a little bit. Leave it then to their contracts. As in, do you mean the exploring their options thing, Jay? Because if you mean the exploring their options thing, then in that conversation, when you talk to them, do the thing where you click about ambition. There's one of the things we'll mention something to do with ambition. Hit that and it works, I would say 99% of the time. It's only failed for me one time this whole FM cycle. And that was ironically after the last stream. And we're actually having to sell a player because of that exact thing today. But that's the only time it's failed. And I suspect the only reason it failed is because I got 6 of the damn things at the exact same time, which is bizarre to me. Right, that should be easy for Patia. Cool. So we'll get Zoltan on at 60 minutes, I would say. Oh, cracker. I think it's a really fun idea, Clayton. That was obviously I liked it so much, but I just knew that it was never going to really have a particularly high viewership, and that would have been a real problem for the channel, basically. Mr. 12. No. Let me find my egg for you. Oh, it's Castillo could potentially complete his hat-trick, which he does. Excuse the fact that you may have just had a giant shot of my arse there. I'm wearing jogging bottoms today because it's a Sunday and it's Easter Sunday. I hope I actually have some 12s in here. Let's see what we got. Castillo's hammering it as well. Oh, we do. Yeah. Oh, it's a big one too. Look at that. I'm glad I ran 10k yesterday. Right. Bit of twirliness. I do love a twirl. Oh, absolutely, Clayton. It wasn't so much that. It was just that I knew that it was probably going to be at best the same levels that we were seeing with Nordic Nomads, and that just simply wasn't enough to sustain a YouTube channel in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. There would have been 0 growth. Basically 0. A little bit initially, but then basically 0 for the rest of the year. We're 5-0 up now, so Zoltan and Camille Kraus can come in. And also Francois Xavier Hardy. Why not, right? It's a shame Ferran's not available. I'd have brought him on too. Castillo's already got his hat-trick. Let's get Kontavrakis in too. I don't think so, Phil. I think there's still a demand for it. But goal back for Ferencváros. I feel like you can still do Let's Play stuff, but I feel like you really do have to be the guy for it. So Jack and Kev and Ben, pretty much. Because they're the top of that thing and they make that content and that's what people know them for. So I feel like you wouldn't be able to grow a new channel doing it, is what I would say. And I think if you were going to start making FM content, you would want to be making evergreen one-off content, which is exactly what I'm trying to do right now. That being said, what I will say is technically the Building a Nation stuff that recaps I upload is a series in a way, but from the outside it doesn't look like it, and it means that they actually get ridiculously good viewer numbers from what I would consider to be a series. Like, bear in mind, the season 10 recap has like 14,000 views on it. Last year that would have been like 2. So I feel like the fact that they're spread out enough really helps with that as well. Oh, imagine if they could get an equalizer. We've done very, very well in this game. Imagine if Ferencváros could actually get it. I've always been kind of that, but I really like this because it's my favourite type of save. I just have an absolute blast with it every year and people seem to enjoy it. I just really like having a save that has more long-term goals beyond just winning the Champions League, because it just gives you so much more room to... It means we're not always focusing on purely min-maxing things. It just, I don't know, I love the stories associated with it. I love everything about this particular style of Building a Nation, right? Yeah, FIFA want me to... They want me to not do this anymore. I will not stand for this whatever his name is. The infant guy. Well, exactly, Shu, but that's my favourite part of FM is once we get rid of all the real players, getting in there ruining our fun time by being existing. Oh, hello. Oh, it's 6. 6-0. Yeah, Crew's are completely different stuff, and Crew's great as well. And not just because he did that Fulham save, but yeah, no, he's great. He has just a completely different style of content, and that's awesome. But that's what you need. You need a little bit different stuff, right? That's a really nice finish from Dara as well, on his right foot as well. Adolescentino. Come on, Ferencváros. One more, lads. You can do it. Oh, imagine it. Because I think an equaliser for them would be enough for top 26. Sorry, top 24. Particularly as it would probably come at the expense of Spurs, which would be hilarious because it'd just be the most Spursy thing ever. Meanwhile, we are... Like Sevilla, remember? These guys were a top 6 team, I think, in the Champions League, and we're hammering them 6-0. Doing the exact thing that we just seemed to be unable to do against everybody else. What nation did this kind of save next year? So I'm not above completely changing everything. So basically, if for some reason the actual building a nation concept becomes completely unviable next year, then I might actually do the Blue Star save, but as a stream save. Hopefully that won't come to that. But should it, that's the backup plan. As for the nation, I really don't know. I wouldn't mind going back to Poland again, honestly. Yeah, they're 26th. A single point would be enough. But that isn't really a let's play in the traditional sense. It has the same kind of charm, for me anyway, as the sort of agent videos that I did and still am doing. And I think it's fantastic. I think it's awesome. It's great content. Come on, Ferencváros, do it for us. Grab one goal. Oh. Watch them as well have played really, really well. And Spurs have got like... I have a horrible feeling that it's going to be one of those games where they've absolutely smashed them and then they lose anyway. Well, yeah, I assume that Krakow are looking very likely to be promoted this year. Oh, yeah, man, I'm still very impressed with Ferencváros. They've massively overperformed. Oh, God, he's in again. Kontavrakis round the goalkeeper and he's missed the target. I'm also tempted that if... If it is still viable, I'd be tempted to just pick a random nation in Europe that we kind of just like the idea of and then just edit in that nation's rules to make it viable, to be honest, because at this point, fun over everything else, right? 6-0 for us, though, is very, very good. I'm super impressed. Hoffenheim beating Chelsea. Make the rules like these rules, yeah. And we can always tweak it domestically to make it even harder for us. And potentially Georgia would be fun. Estonia, I feel like, would be quite fun as well. Just somewhere a bit different. And then just adjust the league. Like, they've decided that they wanted the dominance, and that's the result in the end. Inter won 8-0, by the way. So a 6-0 hammering for us. We finally overperformed our XG for once, too. Brandon Silva's had a worldie of a game. San Marino would be not interested. San Marino I'm just not interested in touching. It's just, it's a bit, it sounds stupid, it's kind of hipster. It's just a bit cliche, I suppose. I prefer to do, like, I feel like there's some nations that are sort of down there, but they don't get anywhere near the coverage that someone like San Marino or Andorra does. Like, that's why I kind of like Estonia. Only third. Oh, so if they don't make it, they're a good shout. I used to like playing against Wisła before. Do the Vatican City. Latvia. Yeah, but they start pretty low. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. Think of the names and the struggles we'd have with them. Yeah, 2-1 victory in the end. We do get 15th, though. We finish above Barca. Look at our goal difference as well. We actually finish above Sevilla thanks to that. Moldova. Yeah, it could be. Top of the third tier. I'm glad to see they're slowly working their way back. Oh, Chelsea equalised. Into 9-0 winners over Ludogorets. Good. 7-1 to Juve in the end. Ludogorets must have come bottom, right? Minus 38. Wow. Minus 38 goal difference. Didn't come last, though. Not last. Wait for... 24th! How did they do it? Hang on. Wait. Why did that happen? No shot. Oh, Real Madrid, De Ketelara, 92nd minute goal meant that Ron dropped below them, and of course they got a 2-2 draw against them. What about Ajax? No, they moved up. Did Dortmund go down? Dortmund lost at home. No, that's Bodder. Dortmund lost to Arsenal in the second half as well. Ferencváros qualified for the next round of the Champions League. That's mad. Let's just hover so we can see. the 2 draws that they got against Ajax and Stade Rennais is what's done that for them. Dortmund, through no fault of their own, have just been absolutely screwed by this stupid sorting system that was in the original version of the game. So because they got draws against Ajax, I think it was Ajax, and Stade Rennais, that was enough for them to get 24th spot. So them being 2-0 down against Stade Rennais and getting that single point and the draw that came with it was enough to see them qualify for the next round. Oh, Dortmund lost to Napoli. Oh, of course they did, yes! They fixed the sorting, but only in new saves, Lewis. So we're still stuck with the shit sorting, but if you start a new save, you'll have proper sorting. £2 million for us there. And the fact that we got top 16 as well, which is super duper nice. 11 teams, that'd be really weird. I don't know if I'd do Gibraltar. Gibraltar sort of suffers from the same thing as your San Marinos and that, I suppose, for my money anyway. You can get... We actually could, you're right. As we've seen with the other nation, with the Europa Conference League, it can actually happen. I know we actually can be matched with them, Whack Human Being. I'm almost certain it can happen. Shit sorting. So basically, right. Hopefully we can find an example of it. Here we go. Maybe. No, that's actually a really good... Oh, wow, for once, it actually worked. These 2 here? Chelsea? No. I'm trying to find an example of the shit sort. This one is sort of it, but they actually did lose. Let me just look at the other competitions, see if I can find an example for you. This might be it. Right, okay, so this is kind of a shit sort. In the sense that basically, Konyaspor and Maccabi Haifa are punished in this sorting here because Young Boys and Legia Warsaw played against each other and Young Boys beat Warsaw. It's done on head-to-head, even though none of the teams played each other except for one. Which means that if you're in a group, say you're level on points with like 6 other teams, and you happen to have beat one team and the others didn't play each other, you get to finish above all of them, which is mental. Because you can't, to me, you can't do head-to-head unless teams have played each other home and away for a start. But even so, you can't really do it unless they've all at least played each other once. So basically the sorting rules are absolutely ridiculous. We once got knocked out of the Champions League because of a result between 2 teams that we didn't get a chance to play against, and it was still like that. They have now sorted it and it's gone by goal difference, but obviously in our current save, it doesn't do that, so we still get the same shitty sorting rules. They haven't released them, pools, but at the end of the day, there's no way in a billion years it's going to be head-to-head. Budapest haven't played yet. They play tomorrow. Luckily, they're already through and have qualified top 8, which is amazing. But yeah, no matter what sorting rules they use when it actually happens, it ain't going to be that, because that would be so unbelievably unfair. Basically, it means that you could get knocked out of the Champions League because 2 teams randomly drew against each other and you didn't get a chance to play against them. Like, to me, you can't use head-to-head if there is no head-to-head, you know? Motorbike TikTok. I thought you were going to town, Pog. Alvarado, that's really cheap. We'll just stall us because I don't want to lose him. Nosh. Okay. Still had no more offers for old Yoshi so far. Hey, welcome in, Kieran. Just because it's shut. Of course it is. I'm hoping the pizza place is actually going to be open later. I really am. We'll try offering out Yoshi again. Let's try 33.5. See if we can get them up front or something. Right, so Budapest are at home against Besiktas. That will not be easy. But I've said that a few times about them. As far as FM goes, I actually don't mind the new system because it's kind of fun. If the sorting was sorted, but I feel like in real life it's going to be an absolute drag for anyone who's not a massive side. It feels like it just gives bigger teams more chance to win. Because the more games there are, the less chance you have for a couple of upsets to actually make too much of a difference. So let's see what they're bidding a new bid on Castillo. 131 million now. Still no, but look at his value. That's insane. He has got 31 in... That's actually a very good record. 8 in 7 in the Champions League. 16 in 13 in the league. 7 in 2 in the Cup. I criticise him occasionally, but he has actually had a world-class season this season. Right, so we should get the Budapest result in a second. Random yesterday to check. I know, Pog, but I'm just worried, you know? They might change their mind. Be like, no one's going to want a pizza tonight. And we'll be like, what? You buy the entire country? Yeah, no, I absolutely could buy the entire country for his transfer fee. The problem is I wouldn't be able to buy any footballers. And that's the problem. Ooh. Yes. Look at this. Raja Casablanca. And this is why we do it. Tent poles, okay. Jumping reach, good. Great mentals. Obscene mentals on Mohar here. Mwah. That would be really good, actually, Doris. I'll be up for that. And there's also Yassine El Hatmi on a youth contract. Wow, not even got a face. And then also this chappie here, Murad Gwenoun. I honestly think that these 3 chaps might actually be worth a scout report. So we'll 1 week them, get a bit more information. Love it. That's an affiliate one. Josef Erigzidj. Shame. And Uipest are fucking massive, lads. Lads and lasses. 1-0 to Uipest. Radojicic again, coming up clutch. This is the best. They came 3rd. That's even better than... They didn't even lose a game. 6 wins and 2 draws in the Europa League. Bear in mind, they reached the Conference League final last year. And the best punted... Oh, I can't really punt him because he's like £3.8 million. So I want to know if he's going to be... I want to know if he's any good or not, if I'm going to drop 3 million quid on him. Potentially. That's really good. 3rd place. Ahead of Newcastle. Real Sociedad. Who do they beat then? Besiktas, Shamrock Rovers, Antwerp, Astana, Malmö and Rangers. They had a good draw, actually. But they drew away against Newcastle and at home against Trabzonspor. That's a very good result for Uipest. I think is actually the highest we've seen a team finish in the Europa League. Ferencváros came, I think, 6th last year, which was very good as well, but not 3rd. That's ridiculously good. Oh, I've seen that. That's kind of sick, actually. Because real been English domination here, though, with Arsenal, Newcastle and Spurs winning the Europa League in successive seasons. So with us winning, with that happening as well... Fuck. That's mad. Chat, we're on 14.3 at the end of the knockout phase. Sorry, at the beginning of the knockout phase, we've got 14.3 points. We're also... Look at the gap now between us and France. It's nearly 3 points. We're only 3 points away from France and 3.5 away from Germany. And we still have every single team left in Europe. I can't believe this. How do the French sides do? I mean, it doesn't look like that well. If you look at... They're behind Norway, and Germany have done even worse, actually, as it goes. Finally gapping Norway in it. So obviously PSG did really well, as you'd expect. Lyon actually did surprisingly well, but that might mean they're a bit of a whipping boy for the next round, potentially. And then Stade Rennais obviously out, Marseille out. So they've lost 2 sides already. Yeah, Lyon are through, but the only reason Lyon are through is because they won a game against a side that had 9 men for most of the match. So they'd have been right down here if they hadn't won that and right on it. Oh no, 100 streams of treaty. It's just... But that's the beauty of... That's why I feel like we're in the perfect sweet spot for this save. And we're only in season 11. And now with us speeding up the streams a little bit by doing what we did on Thursday, by combining 2 streams into 1, that's going to save us so much time over the next sort of 6 months. That'll probably be worth another 5 or 6 seasons of progress, which is a lot. Okay, so that's Champions League. What about Europa League? So they have Monaco through, but not through completely. Lens are out. And that means they've got 1 more side left. And it's Lille, and they're through. So they've already lost 3 sides. Oh. I'm halfway through a twirl at the moment, Icarus. Things you love to see. Season 69 is the goal. Christ. I think we get 30. Potentially. It's going to give... Also, hello. Somewhere in the world, Aberrant's just woke up in a cold sweat. Oh, we could get very close to France this season, honestly, if they start to struggle. Unless PSG win the whole damn thing, and they're going to have to rely on PSG winning the whole damn thing. So when's the draw? I want to kind of get this Yoshi deal sorted. The Wemp was conceived. The Wemp! That was a Champions League final, was it not? If I recall. Fernandez. I swear the Wemp thing came from a Champions League final. Alvarado as well. What the...
Yes, it is!
Sindri, thank you for the £3. That is what they came to see. Thank you, friend.
What's Bruce Lee's favorite drink? What is?
I hate the fact that I can never understand what Matthew is trying to say. It was, what's something's favourite drink? Wattier. I think God damn it. I need to change that TTS. Discuss future. That's fine. We'll get rid of that. The Binner stream. Binner stream is probably the most chaotic stream ever, I would say. Magic trick makes 12 disappear. Well, maybe, but then only half of it will disappear and you'll all be disappointed. Dortmund. How to become an important player. Sorry, sir. Have you seen what happened the last time I sold a centre-back to Dortmund? Because I'll do it again. I'm curious. 20 million? If they actually want to... Because Alvarado seems to have sort of stagnated quite a lot for us over the last few years. And I wonder if we could mug Dortmund again. But then we would have to start bringing through some more centre-backs, which actually we're going to find some more centre-backs without a problem. It would be quite funny to mug Dortmund off yet again. That could be potentially the third centre-back that we could mug Dortmund off on. Because we mugged them off on Patrice Omgbar. We mugged them off... True, yeah, we could have Patrice, yeah. We mugged them off on Flavian Moors. And if we were to do it for a third time in the same save, that would be hilarious. So if we could just get... Also, could they actually, like, either finish... Well, we're actually trying to offload Yoshi so we can get Patrice. But if we get both gone, then even better, really. Mad shit for a centre-back in Dortmund defence, yeah. Do that. Silver. They're still only at 48 million, mad. Happens a minute now again. Could live on a free. Wait, hang on. What happened? Who left on a free? Not sure. But yeah, the whole Binner thing was to do with Wagbay, where this team in Togo were randomly appointing a player manager every single day, and it blocked us from getting a job in the unemployed save. I was an agent offer. Oh yeah. Yeah, the problem is he's earning £500,000. Sorry, yeah, £500,000 a week, and he's still on 160 grand a week. It's like, you're 34, Yules. Also, headband. Oh, here we go. Rabat. I can pull a Rabat out of a hat, and they've got an Italian dude who is 20, admittedly. Abdulhadi Chahid. Abdulhadi Chahid is resolute personality, worth a scout, but I feel like he's just lacking technical ability enough. Brahim Mokhtar as well? Maybe not on him. But that's why we do this. Just have a little look at ASIC Mimosas just in case. Chris Bamba. Just get a little scout report on the wires. Why not, right? Doesn't count as part. That's a good point. Giga Chahid. Are they ever actually going to buy Yoshi? Because it feels like I reckon he turns them down. Dials it for him to Arsenal. No, he's not. Man United want Castillo. What's that up to? 175. I just tried to offer them 220 million to see if they'd go for it on Castillo. If they'd have gone for 220 million, I might have been tempted, honestly. That would have given us a very interesting situation. Would have been set up for years if they'd gone for 220 million. But he is an absolute world beater, to be fair. And he's finally starting to show it a bit more now. Probably the worst time to sell him, honestly. I still regret not selling Suhi, though, for all that money a little while ago. It's still a little bit concerning to me that they've still not signed Yoshi yet. And no one else has bid on him, which is weird. See if I can offer him out for like 30 million. Or near enough to 30 million. I might actually sim this one. Just so we can get our draw soon. And figure out what we're doing with that. Oh, Quivadinho. Got quite a lot of guys from us, actually. Yoshi will play. That's fine. Castillo through the middle. That'll do. I probably could have played Wassamajiggy there. I feel like I've had trouble selling players to Dortmund that aren't centre-backs, basically. Every time I've had multiple players turn down contracts at Dortmund unless they're random centre-backs. Not... Okay. Wait, did Castillo not score in that? We won 9-0 and our striker didn't score. But what a performance from Malero. 3 goals and 2 assists for him. Silva's had a great game. That's a bit more like it. That's the kind of results we need. Jesus. I feel like this tactic is actually better in the simulations than it is when we're actually watching the matches. Christ. And Yimba Arba. These guys usually have some quality. Michael Sunday. Love it. They're on the cusp, admittedly. Oh, we've actually looked at him before. Low Tooks might have made the league too hard. Yeah, I mean, we're doing everything we can, but what I would say is imagine how the results we'd be getting if we didn't have that on. Hey, Carl. How's your Sunday? Happy Easter. Like, think of some of the results we'd be putting up if we didn't have that sort of thing to make it harder for ourselves. Malero with... What's Silva looking like? 9 assists this season for Brandon Silva is very, very strong. I think that makes him the highest on the team, in fact. Linked after scouting mission. Well, then offer me actual money. They offered me 150 million last year. What? Yeah, likewise. I'm halfway through a twirl. Life is good. What can I say? Also, Inferno. 15 minutes until you need to put the gammon in. This is your personal reminder. I figured you might want to start. Maybe there's any prep work that you needed to be, that the gammon needed to be done to beforehand. That you might want to crack on with that, just in case. That way you can put it on dead on 12. It's important when cooking to be precise. Like I have multiple timers whenever I'm cooking, just to make sure everything's on the right exact thing. What I need is a cooking app that basically has like timers that are timers within timers, so you can set like certain checkpoints within the timer, so it has certain things to do at certain points. That for me would be really cool. I feel like it doesn't exist, but I wish it did. Or maybe it does exist. I don't know. There's never any big bids for him. My views. Which particular view? Because I have so many different ones that I use for different things. And I don't have like a big pack because not everyone would want every single thing because I have hundreds of them. But if you mean the analysis view, as in this, then I think it's !analysis. I think Man United might have given up on Castillo because I priced them out when I offered them 220 million. Can't imagine why. Let's have a look. Yep, United have given up. Tottenham won him though. Just need to throw in the oven. In that case, you've got 15 minutes until Gamma must be thrown in an oven. Put a timer in a time. Yeah, no, what I want, where it's like, so say I'm cooking some pasta. I know that I need about 12 minutes on the pasta, right? But I'm putting some garlic bread in as well, and that needs about 12 minutes. But I want to make sure that I take the pasta out, and so I can start doing some stuff with the sauce and stuff to give myself 2 minutes at the end. So I want to be, it'd be cool if you could set like a 14-minute timer, and then at 2 minutes into that timer, it gives you a reminder for the next thing. And so you know how the overall cooking time is, and there's individual reminders within the timer. That's what my brain would absolutely adore, basically. Just as an example. Oh, wow. This is a very green jumper now. I am completely here for it. I think you should obviously... I want flowchart cook. Yes, mate. It's my horrendous brain. Yeah, watch Spurs be like, we'll give you £400 million for him. And to that I will say, I'll drive you there myself. An ADHD timer. Yeah, basically. It does feel very ADHD, doesn't it? Well, it's just riding up quite a lot, this jumper. Just so I don't have a pierced belly button. I don't know why, but... Kermit and Hulk. I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. And there was a Harry Bishop Ultras in there too, which is perfect. Because we like them. I'll give you 5 seconds to set up your Harold Bishops. And a 5. And a 4. And a 3. And a 2. And a 1. And Harold, take it away, my friendo.
The minute you get up to it, you're dead.
I am from Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am from Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I just managed to eat the rest of that 12 bar during that Harold Bishop Ultras. It was perfectly timed. We take those. Oh. Now, Alex not had his debut yet. The one chance he could have had was the game where he was available for another match, unfortunately. He'll get his debut eventually. Not even that far away, to be fair. I'll look at Tromsø while I'm here. Disappointing. But that's the first team. Have we got any options on the second team? I hate that it only gives you... Then again. There they go. Do they have... Oh, I might not have done that one. Fuck it. Oh, no, I probably have. It's just that the team report wants to disappear after 30 days, which is quite important to remember. So, 16 reminders. This is fine. Anyone who's below that, send them around again. That La Fuente guy at Real Sociedad looks quite good, but then, you know, probably quite expensive too. Right, get rid of those. Then Jules Koundé, obviously, at Barcelona. Not interested. I hate it keeps resetting. Barella at Manchester City, same problem. Okay. Singo at Manchester City, same problem. Loads of Colombian guys here. So these guys look like this is why I wanted to scout them one more time after they'd extensively scouted, because you notice how all of a sudden they've dropped off potential-wise. Interesting, that, innit? And I feel like these guys are a bit too expensive to be... I don't know. We'll find much better players than these guys, I would say. Fisher, again, too expensive. One more. It does seem to work like that, yeah. So I'm actually fine with that. These guys are much younger, to be fair, so they're probably worth a little look. I feel like the lack of the ceiling on people like Yorman here are probably just not for us. Surprising, actually. There's also Jason Losada. What a wonderful spelling of Jason. He's just a bit mid, albeit, like, he's only 15, but yeah. Yeah, one of Hossam's Egyptian brothers, £5 million is going to be a lot. Padua? He's a bit more potential. Plus, he's called McAllister. Gabri Zamora here? Same kind of story, right? He's just not the best. Johan Olarte? He's probably just too expensive. Padua's the one that looks like... Let's just check out Abbas. He's way too expensive. Padua, on the other hand, if he's cheap enough, he might be a viable option for the loan farm. McAllister Padua. 18 years old. So would be homegrown. Just. Town Lithium. I don't know, actually. Imagine if he's born in Ipiales. Only surnames. True. I'll take it. I'm loving the McAllister. Let's ask his agent. And that gives us no more information. But it does at least let us know that he's on cheap wage. In the world where the coffee's great, the food is 12. Hell yes. Mount midfield with Gavi, Pedro, and Bennett. I have no idea, honestly. However, you bloody... Honestly, with those three, you can probably put them in any roles you like and you probably succeed still. Let's see. $750 grand. Alright. What about... I'll give you 500. I'll give you $1 million. Really? We're not going to take that? 600k. I feel like for him, I think 600k for a player of that kind of quality is a reasonable piece of business for us. It's not a huge fee. He's never going to get... It's basically 600k flat because we're obviously not going to pay the extra $1 million. There's no way he gets a 50 league appearances for us. I think at 600k, he's on cheap wages. Solid for the loan farm. Yeah, we do need to start mugging those teams off a little bit more. So that's what we're going to do. Oh, all the transfers up here. Well, yeah. I don't think we're going to get that many transfers of our own because actually still got another 2 weeks in the window. Ah, perfect. Now I can hit him with this as well. I might be able to just go straight for a 7. Yep. Boom. Zoltan. The Zoltan is good. He's still just existing, you know? It hasn't actually been that long since he joined us, really, in the grand scheme of things. So we can't expect him to be a world beater just yet. But he's doing well. But I would like to maybe get him a loan spell when he turns 17. Just so that he can get more regular football. Because we just keep forgetting to put him in when we're resting teams around. Like, he did come on in the second half of that Champions League game against Sevilla as well. Doesn't count loan. Yeah, it's good, though. It helps us out dramatically. Oh, Lord. Juventus loan for Yeboah. Right. Also, hi, Dortmund. Can you complete this fucking transfer? Your melons. It's been ages. Also worth noting that Dortmund have yet to come actually back in for Alvarado since we made that promise that we'd sell him. Which is kind of a bit annoying. Like, are we actually going to be allowed to make this damn... Has to complete? Oh, I don't know. Imagine. This is Football Manager. We don't have deadline day. Like... Watch it just randomly fall through for no reason. Mandatory future fee of £4 million for Yakubu Yeboah. Yeah, I think I'll skip on that one. Porto for Fernandez. That's a bit more like it. Terra Nova. Wait. I feel like at some point, Montiel should start being able to solve some of these problems with his insanely high leadership skills. But there you go. Yeah, cool. I find that sometimes if the captain... Well, not captain, but one of the high-ranking players has already agreed to it. That does seem to work if they're well thought of. Fernandez, Velasquez. Oh, it's the first bid we've had for Velasquez in ages. Hence why it's so bad. Now he'll kick up a fuss, obviously. I love that we're not even having to ask Jarju about this anymore. He's just there. Very influential player. Yeah, cool. Is he really influential? Actually, he's 22 now. So, good lord. I actually forget how good Thomas Velasquez is sometimes. And then I'll just randomly end up on his profile. It looks like a player you've made in the editor or something, right? The only things that he has that are under like a 10... The only thing I would say that matters that he has that's under a 10 is probably his finishing. Like, his worst thing is his corners, which who cares? He is obscene. To think that he cost us like 2.8 million, and we kind of knew he was going to be a monster from the start because of how good he was. Brandon Silva, no. Fernandez again, no. Yeah, they've completely forgotten about a lineman, not a barman. Wait, what? Which lines are we talking about? Ah! Finally! Only took you... It feels like that bid came through the moment we did it, and it's taken them 10 days to finally make this happen. Right, okay, good. Now we can go finally sign... What's his name? Patrice. Although before that, it's the draw. I do like a line. What can I say? So, show... No, that's not it, is it? So we are at least seeded. To be honest with you, I feel like we can take most of them. I know that's ambitious, but... Oh no, I have to start it, then I have to hit that, don't I? Then I go to overview. And then it... Wait, what? There we go. Need Celtic. Yeah, that'd be ideal. Sevilla? Chelsea? Okay. We'll get to... I feel like Tottenham are the toughest one in there, and that means we'll probably get Tottenham. Because... Okay, Napoli, Arsenal. Arsenal... And Napoli would have been great. Bayer Leverkusen? I wouldn't mind a bit of Bayer Leverkusen. Okay. It's going to be Tottenham, innit? I would not mind a bit of Hoffenheim. Oh, God. It's going to be Tottenham. Tottenham, and it's going to be MTK Budapest. Yeah, all right, FM. Ferencváros. Right, here we go. Go on, give them Celtic. I dare you. I tell you what. That's not impossible. It's not impossible. Also, Lyon during Juventus is kind of good in a way. Villarreal Celtic. That means one of those two is going through. That's not important. I feel like we should still be able to beat Tottenham, but it's just annoying, isn't it? Because you just know that we're going to end up... Their rep will end up winning the match or something, as it always does in these things. We'll see. We should be able to beat Spurs. Bear in mind, Spurs are only in the Champions League because they won the Europa League. And they did only just qualify for the knockouts, if I remember. Now, where did they actually come in the end? Yeah, Spurs came 19th. Not that we can talk because we only came 15th, but goddamn. Want to know how I know, but... Oh, go on, Maris. I'm curious. Is there a way of knowing ahead of time? I think the other team's draws are the next day, aren't they? So Nakanishi's gone. 63 grand a week. Like, the thing is, it's still massively under payment, right? But... Oh, God. Oh, wait. Does it really? Like, I'm sure if I looked at this for ages, I'd understand it, but I'll just have to take your word for it. I'm sure it's really obvious, but I just don't have time to, like, properly give it the attention that it deserves to understand exactly how that works. But yeah, I imagine that you're completely spot on. Yeah, I think we've got to go look at Patrice now. My concern about Patrice is I'm worried that they're now going to want way more money. Tuesday. I don't really have a Tuesday, Sunday, but that'll do. And we want Wednesday, Saturday. For some reason, they put them like that. Okay, interesting. The orders match. Oh, fair one. Okay, right. Like I said, I'll have to properly look at it because I can't speak, and it's one of those things where I actually need to like sit there and read in silence for like 2 or 3 minutes, and I don't want to have to do that obviously on stream. Right. Okay, Patrice. Villaume. Anderlecht. Okay. Ask his agent. Oh, fuck off. Right, so we're not getting Patrice either. Good. So because he wouldn't sign for us when he was slightly younger, now we're not allowed to sign him at all. Because we can't pay that amount of money. Let's just check it anyway, but that's some absolute hilarity. Man's got 1 appearance for Anderlecht, and they want 50 million quid for him. Whereas, like, 2 months ago, well, he's done nothing in that. He's made 1 appearance for them. Has he signed a new contract? Nope. No new contract either. Yeah. So it's just the game goes, no. Which other guy? Let's have a look anyway. £36 million. Is it because it's mid-season, maybe? I don't think this is over. I think it might be because it's mid-season. We could try again in the summer, because he'll still be 18. I wonder if we'll get him cheaper in the summer. But yeah, which was the other guy you're on about? I don't remember there being... I mean, obviously there's loads of guys at those clubs, but I don't remember which other guy there was. Another 5-star PA. Yeah, but is he a centre-back? Because the reason we wanted him was because he was a young centre-back that looked really solid. Hey, Zirozad. Anderlecht. Morning, Dorian. Maybe he's in the first team squad. Oh, Fresnel Matondo. Yeah, the thing is he's 19 and... So wouldn't be homegrown. Would cost us probably equally as much money, honestly. Slightly less money, but he's not a player. I don't want to drop 25 million on a random right winger for no reason, because, like, he's not as good as any of the players we've currently got, right? Regionals Premier League. It's less about the play style, I find. It's more about just, like, spamming loans and free transfers a lot of the time. Like, I think one of the best things you can do in the lower leagues is just keep things simple. Yeah, no, he's not what we want. Well, I think we can get Patrice cheaper. We just have to wait till the summer. I think that the game has this new thing about teams not prepared to sell mid-season, and it just bumps their values massively. So we can't do that, of course, but I suppose you kind of do that, but you can't actually, like, explicitly say it. What was the promise with Alvarado again? I've forgotten. I also don't really want to sell him now. 21.5. Does that count as 21.5 if I turn that down? Hang on. Financial power for a loan. Senior affiliates. That's what you want. I think it does count. Don't really want to sell him, though. We try and get 30 million for him. It would say that... Oh, you're right. True. And also, it might be because it's Porto and not Dortmund. Shit. 30 million, though. 30 million. That would allow us to finance the move for Watson-Majiggy in the summer, at least. Because I'm still not going to overspend on him now. Direct replacement? Bear in mind, he isn't our starting centre-back. So that's the key thing. Our starting pair is obviously Fernandez and Montiel, and we do have Donzolo as well. So it's not the end of the world. I'm actually okay with that. Because he's been falling out of the pecking order a little bit lately anyway. I don't want to sell Fernandez, though. He's way better. And... Oh, hang on. Dortmund for Alvarado. Hang on. Wait. We might be able to push further here. Okay. 32.5 to Dortmund. Bring back a centre-back from the loan farm. Sure. Which one? We could find... I'm sure we can find someone. It's not a big deal. 32.5 million. Offer up for 35. Yeah, no, we can do that. So now... Watch us just engage a huge bidding war between Dortmund and Porto on the final day. So now we turn down Porto, because it's less money. The guy at Ferencváros. Yeah, but I don't want to bring a guy back from Ferencváros who's doing really well there to then go be our backup centre-back here. It seems like, in my mind, it's like, where's he doing more good? Being a starting centre-back for them in the Champions League or not playing for us? That's why I don't like doing that. Ooh. Oh, bit of extra money there. That'd be nice. 4 hours of faxes to be sent. Oh, he's just gone. He's just straight in there. £30.5 million rising to 32.5. I'd take that. Bear in mind, we paid what? 500 grand for him. Now we're in a really tasty financial position. I still don't want to go after the other guy until the summer, though, because I just don't feel like it's a good value for us. 30 minutes. Yeah, that was pretty quick, wasn't it? It's almost like Dortmund actually woke up this time around. Also, that is now the third second choice centre-back we've sold to Dortmund in the last... What have they done with Flavian Moors and Patrice? So Flavian Moors is still at Dortmund, has made 9... First team commitments. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Dortmund, but the fuck are you on about first team commitments? Man has played 9 games in 2 years. Which first team is he committed to? Because it sure as shit ain't yours. Like, what does that even mean? A future fee? No. I'm going to try and see if we can get one of the other guys back from Dortmund again. Has he at least played for them? Okay, he has actually played for them a little bit more. So Patrice is actually regularly playing. Yeah, he's committed to the bench, innit? Ready up for it. I find, weirdly, 17-year-old players are the hardest to sign. We've managed to sign quite a few 16-year-old players successfully, but it feels like when they turn 17 and they go to the pro contract, that's when they're really difficult to sign. I think our best bet, honestly, is just randomly loan a dude. I just thought it'd be funny if we loaned one of the guys from Dortmund that we just, like, sold to Dortmund. Or, like, over the last couple of years. That would be funny. Patrick United. It won't take much for us to just go in here. Just to tide us over for the rest of the season. Besides, we might actually find an absolute gem in one of our scout reports anyway. And I want loan status. No, I don't want loan status. Loan status is irrelevant. Centre backs. And then listed for loan. Oh, wait, hang on. I've got it set to unattached. There we go. Good luck loaning a guy off of no one. You melon, Matt. Yeah, actually, we could do that as well, to be fair. I just want to have a little look on here in case. I'll sort by value, just in case. Yeah, so basically, the only reason we notice this blue pineapple is because we start with our new sort of scouting system. We find the players slightly younger, and it means that you get a bit more of that exact thing. Actually, let's just see if there's any high ability guys. Chelsea. He'll do, right? Per Christian Stevang, 16, 12, 14. He'll do. Solid as hell, right? Aiden. That's 2 Twitch babbies. Thank you, friend. It's very kind of you. Hope you're having a lovely sunbat. Watch Chelsea want stupid money, though. Oh, perfect. They don't even want us to have to pay. And the first team. It depends. It really is a preference based on the size of the club. So some teams don't even have under-19 sides. What I would say is you might as well get reports on all 3. So under-19, under-21, and the first team. And then when you've done all those reports, then you go to those team reports page, and then you can just get rid of any reports that have no players in their squads. Buying a loan farming. You say it was listed for... Problem being, though, I don't want to pay 12 grand a week in wages. Pain to deal with. Well, I mean, I paid to deal with on loan for 6 months. I don't know what possible pain he could be there. Not more past opponents is surprising, yeah. Particularly with his 8 dribble. Then again, he's kind of quick, I guess. Does have good balance. Yeah, let's try that. Regular starter to squad player. Central defender is fine. That's fine. 1.1 million pounds. Honestly, I don't really want to have him permanently because if we try to sign him permanently, he's going to demand like 20 grand a week probably, and I don't want to pay 20 grand a week for 6 months. As good as besides, particularly with his contract running out at the end of the season, for me it would make more sense to just wait. Although he's probably got a contract extension clause, right? Yeah, which they'll just trigger anyway. The fact that he can also play CM is kind of funny, but yeah, he'll do. To have him on loan for like paying like 6 grand a week, surplus requirements. Yeah, no, him being surplus requirements is fine. Doesn't mean that he's not going to suddenly. Let's just try it. Let's have a look. 9. That's still more money than I'm only wanting him for 6 months to cover us over. So I don't want to have to pay more than I need to. And right now we're paying 5 grand a week or whatever on his wages, and not £1 million. So it just makes no sense to me to actually try and sign him at this point. Honestly. They obviously tried to get rid of him, but I'm not super interested in having him long term. And besides, if he's surplus requirements at the end of his loan, we could just pick him up on a free transfer after his loan finishes entirely. If he's actually like any good for us, we could just take him on a complete free. Although what I will do is I'll ask our Doff anyway, because I want to see if Mario can find any madness. Because sometimes, you know what he's been like in the past. Suggest transfer targets. Okay, I want centre-back, loan. Okay, youngster around... hang on, let's just check out Amahodzic. Oh, as if he's going to sign for us. Romeo, not Mario, yeah. Yeah, he's only on 91 grand a week at Inter. I'm sure they'll loan him to us for free. Yeah, probably not going to pay 36 grand a week. Probably not. What about you? As good as he is, he's not actually that great mentally. Okay physicals, not the best in the air. Good on both feet, not very good in the air at all, actually. You just go forward. The next thing I went to after that, Zurich, was the international youth team scouting, which is what we've been doing mostly, but we've been working on a brand new method lately, and that's where we've been finding a lot of these better players. I'm going to make a video about it in the next couple of days. Okay, the value, at least the bids on silver are actually starting to go up now. That's true, yeah, we might as well try transfer. Can't hurt, can it? I hate the fact that there's... I mean, obviously, I want neither of these two, but you... He's a bit tasty. He's a bit tasty. Ignoring the PA for a second, it's his actual attributes are astonishingly good. 16 jumping reach, driven personality, he's quick, he's got great tackling, marking and heading are solid, he's got good positioning as well, his aggression and bravery aren't amazing, and he's better than Alvarado. Borderline too expensive. I reckon borderline he'd be worth double that if he joined us, probably. Good consistency too, big matches, which I don't really care too much about, good on both feet. Nah, Belgium, I think, is really only good for seasons 3 through 5. Because over time, their squad just gets... There's barely any non-contracts in there, I would say. And love that, yeah. He's just like, I'd be left winger now, everybody. And to be fair, no, he's not. Let's see. So it's a release clause. The wages, okay. Bear in mind, I realise that this guy is now on more money than the other guy, but I would rather sign this chap than the Norwegian dude because he's younger and his attributes are just better for me. Dortmund's next centre-back. Do you know what? He's less than half the price that we just sold Alvarado for, and I feel like he's better than Alvarado. I'm actually okay with spending... I'd rather spend 13 million on him than $1 million on the other guy. I know that sounds incredibly stupid, but I really like. Yeah, actually strong on both feet too, rather than just being like, that's really interesting. I like him a lot. Yeah, he's another one we send to Dortmund in 3 years' time. And it would save us enough money still that we'd have plenty left over to go back after Patrice. Like, how much we got in the bank now? £101 million. We're over 100 million in the bank. We've actually made profit this season, which is remarkable. We were at minus 23 million on profit this season until today. But obviously those two massive sales have... That's 65 million between the two signings of Nakanishi and Alvarado. Dortmund are just... They're the Milan of this save, aren't they? I like him. Plus Brazilian too, which means that we can probably hit him with international cap stuff. Unless he's got caps. He's up capped under 23 level, but that's fine. So squad player, not any of this. Where the heck do they find these guys? Yeah, I know. Dortmund are going to have their scouts like following us around at this rate. Squad player is perfect. Yeah, I think he'd have to watch him get a Brazil call up the moment he joins us. Actually, you know what, bud? Since you're asking for it, let's get rid of that. Pop this down to like 13. Be a bit more sensible. Like, get a relegation release clause in there too. How about a 4-year contract like that? There we go. 13k is solid. 4-year contract. We'll take it through to 26. I think it's unlikely he gets any Brazil caps, but you'd have to get 5 of them as well. It's not just a case of just getting the 1 cap, like 1 lucky cap. He doesn't appear to have any injury issues beyond like little minor stuff here that any player can have. No major injuries. In fact, they've all just been kind of minor stuff. Nice. He could become, yeah, he could be Shantosh, potentially. There's every chance that he could become Lukas Martin Shantosh. LMS, I like it. Oh, we got a buyout fee. Oh, it's only Marcus Antonio. Precisely, yeah. That being said, there's a guy that Ferencvaros have got, I think, or it might be Puskás, that is actually a Brazil under-23 international, and he's dangerously close. Is that a record sell? It's mad that Yoshi sold for more than Stanislav Suhi. But we take that. That's not a bad thing. Right, that should mean that we've got the other draws now, right? Nope. Okay. Nope. Not yet. Apparently. Well, Chelsea are to Brighton. Yeah. We're just... I love how many players... That's the 4th player that we've sold to Dortmund. I feel like Yoshi, in the grand scheme of things, is actually worth more money than that. Full off my interest in Patrice Villel. Yeah, no, you've kind of put me off on that with that enormous price range. I reckon in the summer we can get him. But... Oh, I've frozen again. I still think it's going to cost us a bit more than we paid last time, but I suspect that in the summer we can get him for cheaper than that. Particularly if we are clever about the way we structure the deal. Hopefully. Homegrown requirements. Nope. Because we try to sign players when they're 18 years old or below, which means that they then, after a few years, count as homegrown players for us in Europe. I think 30 million is probably the most I'd pay. Maybe. It depends on how he develops as well. New contract. You might actually be deserving of a new contract soon, honestly. Wait, no, you've got 3 years left. Junior, as good as you are, and to be fair, you are one of the low... You're a starting goalkeeper on £1,000 a week. You signed the contract, bud. So we're going to send Jargy around as if that's going to make any difference. And then it should be okay. Yeah. It wasn't even so much choosing content. I just didn't want to sell a player for £100 million off stream. And then I also hate the fact that when you're in that agent chat, you can't just go, no, that's a ridiculous fee. We don't want to pursue this. Oh, sod off, Fernandez. When's your... Again, no. Wait. Wait, what? This isn't a consider the options one. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, well. Looks like Edgardo Fernandez is going to leave for like 60 million in the summer then. Whatever will we do other than spend 3 million on another Chilean centre-back? That's fine. We'll have to sell him in the summer. He's got a year left on his contract, so we can... Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. There's nothing we can do about it, so... That just means in the summer we'll have to sell him for like 40, 50 million. And then immediately replace him with the next guys. Bear in mind, we were just getting people bidding on him anyway, so we should be fine to sell him, hopefully. Particularly, it's not like he's expiring this summer anyway, it's next year. That's the thing, yeah, when you talk to an agent, when you give them like, and they come back to you and say, hey, we want this amount of money, the fact that your only options are, we want their wages to be a bit lower, and like, that's fine. Why is there an option to say, have you considered taking a long walk off a short bridge? It's close to the end of his contract. It's not. He's got 18 months left on his contract. Yeah, I don't know how I respond to that. If it plays on a 3-year contract and they're halfway through that contract, what do you want to do? Offer a player a contract every year? Like, that's how you end up on a wage bill of 100 million a year. Hello, Pog. You right? What's up? Like, I don't know. Like, I've had players complain, say they're going to explore their options with 3 years left on their 4-year contract. So I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. That's why I find it's such a stupid mechanism in the game that they didn't need to add to care about them. Well, I don't. I'd quite like our team not to go bankrupt. Short contract. It's not a short contract. He's got 18 months left on his contract. It was a 3-year deal. To me, if you offer a player a new contract, you'd have to offer a player every year a contract in order for that to happen. And then every year they'd want like twice what they were previously on. Otherwise, you just end up with like every player is going to be like 100 grand a week immediately. It just seems like a great way of wasting loads of cash. Besides, now we're going to sell him and get like 60 million quid for him. It's not the end of the world, is it? Right, okay, so we're going to hopefully get shit, we can't register... Lucas is back in at least. I might register Stevenson. If I can figure out who to add. Actually, we could just put him in, can't we? It's weird that they didn't just register him, actually. Let me just make sure that we've got no one missing accidentally. So Donovan's allowed in anyway. Zoltan's allowed in anyway. Heiko Genius is Heiko Genius. The rest of these guys as well. Yeah, he's in. Donzalo's in, which is just as well. Airing? Do we really need airing when we've got Hardy? I can't put... Well, can Alaku not be registered because he's too young? I think that must be what it is, right? I might as well put airing in. There's no one else to literally put in, is there? Oh, maximum of 3, didn't it? Yeah, in that case, we'll stick with what we got. I guess I must have registered airing before. Players unregistered. I are confused. No, but players unregistered. Mihai Alaku. How could I have unregistered him? He wasn't registered. He's 16. He wasn't even at the club when the last registration window was. So how is he unregistered? Oh, because he's in the first team. Right, no, I'm an idiot. It's because he's in the first team. Yeah, sorry, that's... Semantics got my brain funny there. The phrase unregistered implies that they were unregistered, like deregistered. But yeah, that's my brain being stupid. That completely threw me for a second there. Don't know why that threw me. It would be nice to register Alaku. I think it's just because I was thinking about Alaku. They do have some weird phrasing choices. There's certain screens... Oh, we're getting him. There are some certain screens that they do just phrase things very strangely. Like, there was that agent we were talking to where they basically said the same sentence twice in a row. But then the second one had, like, a suffix on it. And that was what they were actually trying to get across. But it included this entire paragraph at the same time. Actually good. Oh, he's very good. Like, 5-star potential... Insane mentals for someone who's 16. I'll show you. Oh, Olsen's back to 5 stars again. Weird. Yeah, Alaku is absolutely filthy. He might potentially... I reckon he's actually got world-class quality. Yeah, Yoshi finally went to Dortmund. 32 million in total in the end. And we also sold Alvarado to Dortmund as well for 32 million. About the same, actually, for both deals, wasn't it? About 30 million for each of them. So we're just getting like 65 million pounds. 5 mark. Ah, true, yeah. He's not fit to mark your homework. So McAllister Padua, honestly, that's not bad.
Cooper,
I'm fine with that, honestly. Ricky Piggy, thank you for the follow.
600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Get you on the dev list. Offer you out to the clubbies. Get you going. They'll all say no. The following day, they'll all be interested. You know the drill. David, thank you for the follow.
They are building it now.
For example, I'm not absolutely not doing that. He wants to work, does he? Maybe he should be cheaper then. That is a good point, Whack, yeah. How's Rugen beat with you? He's doing fine. He's actually one of our assistants now. Well, no, he's like our under-19 coach now. When I offered him a new contract, he wouldn't sign as a player. He would only sign as a staff. And I was like, that makes me so happy, Regan. Thank you. Welcome to the club. Oh, we're managing MTK Budapest, Ricky, in the Hungarian league. Plus, that means we've got 2 members of the backroom staff called Booty. It's the dream. Flash! Ah! Oh, hang on, wait, no. Flash! Savior of the universe. Great film. Crowley United. Nope, no one. Oh, no, I thought it said Owono then. I got excited about another Owono. Language course. Martin Santos. Here we go. It is annoying that we now can't register him for the Champions League. Because of the fact that the registration window is based on the transfer windows closing for all of the major European leagues, but not ours. So we now can't register our new centre-back in the Champions League. But that's okay. They don't want him, but let me guess. He's one of those guys, I think, with some form will just fly. He's far better than that for me. That is actually a very realistic thing. It's just, yeah, it's annoying. To be fair, we, knowing that, could obviously sign players sooner, so it's not the end of the world. That's still on us. Is he now wanted? Oh, he's not. Wow. Wait, why does it say counts as foreign? That's weird. I don't normally see that on those players. Oh, we're getting Stevang as well. Might as well have both of them, right? You went to watch them on Monday. Nice. How do they do? Weirdly, Google hasn't cottoned on to the fact that I like MTK and started sending me random notifications about them yet. We'll have him as well. Okay, so now we got rid of 1 centre-back and brought in 2 more. Shots before the knockout round draws were even made. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think that one actually was after the draws. Because we had our draws a couple of days ago, which means the... Ooh, oh no, we've already looked at him, haven't we? Yeah. Which means we must have the draws for the ECL now, right? Kujvada versus Ravenna Zvezda is annoying. Oh, that's really shit. That is not ideal. Kulubara, I believe they're Albania-Serbian. Wait, what? Did they win a cup or something? Yes, they did. Is that even the top flight? Oh, it is. Okay. So the name's obviously changed since the last time I actually looked at it. Sick. So they won the Serbian Cup. I assume they're a perennial... They're not even a side I'm even familiar with from back in my Serbia days. I assume they've not always been a top flight side. FK Capybara, indeed. Yeah, Tromsø will end up winning the whole damn thing. That is a very annoying draw, though. Crvena Zvezda, not easy. And bloody Espanyol. Who... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. In fairness... Their only defeat was against Roma. They did draw against Everton, Molde, and Dnipro, and their only wins were against Shakhtar, Sologorsk, and Linfield. Maybe they're not as bad as that. They're not bad. They're bad draws, but I still feel like they could do okay. I don't feel anywhere near as confident as I did last year in the Europa Conference League. What about the Europa League draw? Oh no, they're not. They're not there, are they? Because they got a bypass. They get to wait around. Konyaspor, of course, in there too. Don't think that changes anything to do with coefficient, does it? No. Anything here is bonus, I guess, but it's not really bonus because we've not got enough points for it to be bonus yet. We're only on 14 points, which is still a good amount, but I don't know. I would like more, if at all possible. Okay, that's not loads of injuries. Thank you. Oh no. Tibor Egyed. Another one down. Big sales. Yes, we both Yoshi and Alvarado have gone to Dortmund for around 30 million each. And we've replaced them both. Well, so we've replaced them with a random loan guy from Chelsea and a Brazilian centre back we found who's like 22 and his star ratings aren't good, but his attributes are. So it's not too bad. In the grand scheme of things, I'll take that. Because we've come out of it in a much better financial position. How did we end up spending... Regardless, that's still good. We're still in profit this year, which is great. How was that? That's a good question. What was Santos' value, actually? That'll fluctuate. Attribute-wise, he's good. He just needs a bit of form. Some game time for him, and he will look fine in the match engine for me, honestly. Attribute-wise, he's great. Oh, no, Linda from accounting. God damn it. She's going to have to follow the sage and take some time out. Trainer facilities upgraded. We tried that before. They said no. And I don't know if we can even ask them again yet. Probably can, but they said no last time, and I don't think he's going to change his mind. Although, while we're at it, let's just pester Joe with some more of these. Oh. Recruit foreign youngsters. Our chairman has kind of gone to the statement now where they just say no to everything we ask them again. Which is afraid. Which is a shame, rather. Yeah, they just... We're in that part of the save now where the board just say no to every possible request you come up with. Which is a shame. Stadium expansion. Like I trust them with that. They ended up spending like 50 million quid. It feels like that happens in every save when you get a new chairman. Right, so that was because Yoshi's gone. At least Seri should be back now, right, though? Hi. Are you still at AFCON? Friendo. When's the game against Spurs? Oh, it's not for another 10 days. We're fine. I actually wouldn't mind trying out our new man in today's game if we can. And I also want to start Stevenson Ferran. Oh, sorry, Ferrine again. Just because it's fun. And also get rid of the... Oh, we can start Alaku. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to start Mihai Alaku. There's no Egypt win. This is very true. Space for Zoltan, maybe. I want to bring in a few new guys, but I don't want to overflow the team with them because it is quite a good side. Zoltan could definitely on the bench, though, right? Oh, he already is on the bench. That's fine. Like, we do want to still keep winning, just because we're still on for that unbeaten, completely flawless season, and I don't want to put too many youngsters into the same at the same time. But Ferrine really showed quality in the last game. So squad numbers. Actually, that's more of a fullback's number, isn't it? But fine, you can have number 5 if you want it. They do have Ari. Yeah, they signed him on a free transfer. Oh, classic. Hang on, one sec. 40. Thank you very much for the follow. Let me just quickly show you Classy Net there because he's actually the top scorer in the Champions League. I think he is. He's scored a lot of goals this season. Has big Classy. It's an AML's number. I don't know. Yeah, true. The irony. I guess they'd be like I don't know. No one really refers to them by their numbers, do they? Because you think of a number 9, you always think of a striker. A 10, the guy behind the striker. A 6 being that more sort of withdrawn midfielder. The sort of the DM type of player. Then like, yeah. But yeah, Classic Net next. Absolutely hammering goals in for them. DM vibes with number 6. Yeah, that's what I think. But I feel like with wingers, obviously they'd probably be like 7 and 8, but or an 8 is more of a central midfielder as well. Yeah, to me, it's like almost 7 and 11 are probably your wide players, but you never really associate those with the numbers per se. Because an 8 is, yeah, for me, an 8. Like, when I think of Fulham players, I think Polina is a 6. Harrison Reed's more of an 8. Pereira's a 10. Kearney's a 10. Zoltan's number 1, though. Obviously. I know how annoying people are going to find that, which is why I did it. Let's have a look at AFCON. Why not? While we're here. This is what's left. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. African nations. So it's Ivory Coast, Senegal. A very sort of, honestly, kind of boring final. So he's definitely more of a 4 than a 5. Yeah. You will. You will get the actuallys. Unfortunately, Millennium. Hate to break it to you, but the actuallys will come for you. They come when you least expect it. Egypt man with 4 goals. I think that might be the guy that we actually scouted. Molfevar. Hurley, why are you apprehensive, bud? You're a first-team player. This is not your first rodeo, friendo. Oh, was that the... Oh, sick! Sorry, I misread that as that was the final. I was like, oh, that's kind of boring. But so who are Guinea-Bissau playing? Imagine if it was Guinea Derby in the final. Okay. Mihai Alaku. Making his debut. Regab. I think that is the guy I've already got a scout report set up for, Hadrian. Because if he was top scorer, I got a 1 week scout on him when we noticed it the first time, as we've already won a penalty. You'll love to see it. So who have we got in this game that we want to keep an eye on? We've got Alaku, Farine, and LMS. Oh, Ghana. Okay. Alaku on the pen. Ah, nearly got. I couldn't get there quick enough. I'm curious to see how he does. Like, it is a big ask for a 16-year-old to be thrown into a game like this, but Castillo hammers it home. And that is what now? 32 goals this season. Might already have more than he got last year. I think he should be aiming for mid-40s for us this year, and that would be a solid season for him. I was kind of hoping he'd get into like the 50s, but with the way he started, just wasn't quite there for him. Okay, good start for us, though. And we would be able to... Well, that'll be 19 consecutive wins in the league as well, which is what we haven't managed to do yet. I think this is the furthest we've got into a season while still being completely flawless. But I think if we start to go quite far in the Champions League, oh, for fuck's sake. He lasted 20 minutes. Just can't have fun, can you? That'll be a broken foot. 20 minutes into the debut, 16-year-old's already off injured. He's not even injury prone, is he? Making development better. I guess, but I feel like I'd still rather have a more established penalty taker on the ball just because we want to make sure we score penalties. Because in certain games, it very much is a key situation for us. And that's why I like having Castillo. Just keeps our striker in good form. Look at this football. Ah. I was hoping we were going to play some like proper tiki-taka stuff that we kind of still are. It's a great ball through. Hurley's in. It's easy. Easy. Yeah, it'll be a stub toe. He's like stretching off with a stubbed toe. He stepped on an accidentally upturned plug. Is that going to be offside? Oh, no, it's not. It's onside. Hello, Leaf. How's it going? How was work? Okay, good start from us. Hurley can no longer feel apprehensive now as he's scored another one. He's definitely looking better this season than he did last year. I think it does for some reason. When we bring in these wide players, it feels like it takes a season for them to settle in the team. And then their second season, they're way better. Look at Castillo. That's poor. Pretty good. You'd love to hear it. Hey, Dan. I haven't seen a lot out of Stevenson Farine just yet, though. I mean, I'm excellent. Just enjoying an Easter Sundatch, you know? I feel like this season's going to end up falling flat a bit on the coefficients where we end up finishing with like 15 or something because they all get knocked out in the next round. Watch it end up with just us and Ferencváros somehow end up qualifying. I still can't believe they got to the knockouts of the Champions League at the first time asking. That's mad. We're actually doing quite well here against a relative... Like, Molfevar are not a muggy team. They're one of the best sides in the league. But LMS, so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing. He looks consistent on the ball. He's getting good ratings. He's not getting lost in the game. Go on, Navarro. Oh, off the bar. More like Navarro. Am I right? Am I right? Tell me I'm right. We've denied them just literally the one shot here as well. Farine looks fine, if, like, not amazing. Right, what do we want? I think now might be a good opportunity for someone like Hardy. Maybe even Camille Krause, actually. No, Zoltan, what we're doing. Has to be Zoltan, surely. Agent
Happy
Clarky.
Easter Sunday, Matt and chat. I gotta go, but have a fun rest of stream, sick heart.
Thank you for swinging by, my friend. Thank you for the 23 months. I very much do appreciate it. The bar. No, I will not. I will stay right here and enjoy it. It's what I do. Yeah, Zoltan on for Velasquez. I might leave Hurley on, actually. Very struggling. I don't think he's struggling. He's just sort of... He's not flourishing in the same way as in the last game. Although Hossam would maybe give us a bit of... Actually, yeah, you're right. Just gives us a bit of additional oomph. But then again, Abdul Nabi has a habit of going very, very missing in games sometimes. He can put in some absolutely shitters of performances on the regular. When he's good, but when he's bad, he's very bad. We're also doing quite well defensively. All green arrows and good. Not really all green arrows. He's got a couple of green arrows. He had some troubles in training for a little while, but I've got him back up into the 9s now, which means that he's actually training better. So he's finally starting to see a few more green arrows. That was fine. Underperformance a little bit, but we stayed strong defensively. Thursday, mostly just us sort of perfecting the new scouting method, Leaf, and seeing more of the players come through from it today. Like, the main thing you missed, Leaf, was we signed Mihai Alaku. Basically. See you later, Bradley. Okay, so that's... I think we might have still only conceded... Hang on. Did Újpest lose at home to Mezcovest? Oh my days. That's only their second win of the season. Lads, do you want to qualify for Europe next year or not? I have to ask, because there's 6 teams in Europe and we do not want Haladash being one of them. Rubio! Thank you for the 20 months. I am excellent, my friend. I hope you are well as well. The injured Alaku. Yes, indeed, the injured Alaku. He is actually outrageous. Yeah, and Dortmund gave us £60 million, so that's nice. Good debut from LMS. I think he's justified his sign. Have we still only conceded... We've still only conceded 7 goals this season in 19 matches. That's actually not bad. And we've only kept... There's only been 4 matches this... Oh, no, hang on. It might be more because it's going to be multiple games, but I don't think it is, you know. No, it might be. I don't know. Regardless, we're doing quite well. This season it's looking particularly good, like we might actually be able to achieve that fabled thing that we never did with Treaty. Ooh, Tenguth. Yeah, okay, disappointing. It happens. I did classy neck. Did I do Ahmed McGrath? No, I didn't. Oh, I think I did scout him, but I didn't want to have to pay 17 grand a week for someone like that on £6.5 million. It just seemed a little bit gauche. Here we go. The Mihai injury. What do you reckon? It's... Oh, yeah. The final was Ghana versus Guinea, I believe. Yeah. Guinea-Ghana on... They're the same day. So the 5th. It's today. Twisted ankle. 6 weeks. What did he twist it on? Chasing the ball. Mihai. Buddy. He has actually got slightly injury prone. I hope that isn't going to be the thing that kills his career here, because he is primed to be an absolute god. He's ready and raring to go for that godliness. We need something special out of him. Champions League playoff qualification. It's called an ex-player of mine they bought and then loaned out. Oh, damn. You don't want to see that. That is for sure. What I'll probably do is I'll probably sim the cup one, so we can play the Kekschmet one and then get to the Spurs, because I want to make sure that we get the Spurs tie in today. So that was Gideon. It's true, yeah. I mean, truer words have never been spoken. We could really do with a favour from Budapest Honvéd here. But nope, because unfortunately, Haladash have Haris Zivkovic, and I have a horrible feeling that he might end up... He still doesn't score that many goals. He could end up be firing them into Europe next year. We do not need that happening. I also kind of appreciate how well they've done, but I don't really want them as an extra European contender yet. And the winner was Ghana. Yeah. We kind of expected that, I think, out of the 2. But fair play to Guinea-Bissau getting to the final. That's a rarity for them. So while we're here... Might as well just... queue up a few extras on any teams that have got multiple players in these under-18 squads. And obviously in the under-23 team as well. Particularly the best... Is every team in Guinea-Bissau just named after a Portuguese top flight side. I realise obviously colonies and whatnot, but like every single team just seems to be named after one of them. Bit of that. And then senior squad, I guess. Nah, it doesn't work as well for there. Steen. I mean, there will be people called Steen, but there will also be hundreds and hundreds of people called Steen. Because it's just going to give us, like, yeah, 1,000 people, unfortunately. There's Marius Steen, who's Norwegian. Halil van der Steen. Sivert Steen. Mikkel Steen. There's a lot of Steens. There's also Jeppe Kudsk. I'll refund your points for that, because there's so many people. That was a good win. Thiago doing well. Okay. Oh, Generation Foot. Please have someone. 17. Aliou Cisse. Cool name as well, because I believe, isn't Aliou Cisse the current manager of Senegal? Alfred Diouf, I like that too. Fuck it. We'll get reports on all three of them. Right, scout report. Still, only 18 players in there as well, which is lovely. A few guys that need an extra go round. Although apparently... Oh, that guy's good, isn't he? It's extremely expensive. Wow. He's 25. How did you end up in there? Clearly not what we're looking for. These guys... Oh, there he is. That's the response. Oh, this is the guy from Trepsha. He's fine, but... Wow, how does he not have a face? He's 25. Oh, no! Chahid is not that good. Disappointing. Guy at PSG, not even worth looking at. But the others, potentially. Hirosaki's ridiculous. Oh, my God, he actually is ridiculous. Chat. Oh, that 8 composure. Everything else about him, though, is extremely good. Oh, well, they broken. That would explain it. That's fine. We barely ever see players in those nations anyway. The problem with him, I think, would just be... his wage isn't even that high. Off the ball's week 2. What was his off the ball? 8. I mean, that's... I'm less concerned about. Teach you composure? Yeah, but it's a question of how much can you teach them when we know how important it can be. I think that's just a bit of a glitch, Kieran. Release clause... Does it actually have a release clause? It says 10... Unless that's because he's got a release clause, but they'd be willing to... But do we want to drop like 10 million or the equivalent of nearly on a striker when we've got who we've got at the moment? And we spent 11 million on Kontavrakis in the summer. I think he's definitely worth keeping an eye on still and staying on the shortlist. Wait, why is it saying removed from shortlist when he's not on a shortlist? Or is that because I asked his agent? Oh, it is, isn't it? Because that's stupid. I wish they could turn that off. Just put one there for now. Oh, of course, he has to have a release clause because Spain, yeah. Wait, what? Which means they'd probably want the release clause and not. So why does it say that? Unless you... I know that you can get them sometimes cheaper than their release clause when it says this, but I guarantee you if we try to put a bid in, they'll just want 13 million. Let's have a look. I'm curious now. Ineligible. Well, yes. What's the bet? They just want the release clause straight away. So what's the point of this exactly? It means we can get him a little bit less than his release clause, but... I don't think I want to spend this kind of money right now on him, honestly. We can come back for him, but I just don't think, like, maybe in the summer, I don't think he's really the one. 16-year-old guy from Nacional, he needs more scouting. I think a lot of these guys might need more scouting. So Mohar was the guy from Raja Casablanca. He's actually not bad. Yeah, wait for summer, I'd say. Lots of cons on him, though. And he's actually quite expensive. Like, okay mental. In fact, quite good mentals, arguably. Just like, I'm not sure what... He would be a centre-back. But he's on $5,000 a week already. And... Wait. Hang on. He's just signed a new contract, so we can't sign him anyway. I'll still scout him again. I think. What about Shahid? He has a lot of cons. 3 jumping reach. He's 5'9", not 4'9". How has he got 3 jumping reach? He's no Chad of mine. Absolutely not. What about Cisse? I think he's definitely a no. Michael Sunday. Temperamental. I think these guys is worth another scout. Just so we can get a bit more of a clear picture, since it seems to work randomly, even though... Yeah. Don't ask me why. What about this guy? We'll give them one more round of scouting, because it just seems to be... I think I might have just done full knowledge on them. It is weird that you have to do it even when they're technically fully scouted, but it does seem to give you a much more clearer picture. It's like Viking disguise. I don't think there's much of a disguise. There you go. Another 3.6 million from Joe Bellingham as well. So that means we've got all the money out of the Bellingham deal too, which is solid. Always take free money. Deadline day, lol. Zivkovic again. What do we end up with that as well? 115 out on loan at the moment. We're getting there. And I feel like they're a better set of loanees as well. How's the second tier going? Wow, Jory are absolutely killing it. 14 points clear at the top. And yet, weirdly, they don't have a top scorer. Linda was actually the top assister for a bit. Szeged are finally starting to make a bit of an impact. Despite having the top scorer in the league, St. Lawrence are really struggling. Paxi are going nowhere. Budos, see, they should have just stuck with Alvin Galvin, then none of this would have happened. Drake Callender, by the way, is the goalkeeper for Jory, which makes me wonder how on earth they're managing to go up. Awful loan list. Yeah, we might as well do it again. I find that basically at this stage, you tend not to get suddenly loads of new interest, and if you do, they actually weirdly come to you themselves rather than you having to offer them out. But we'll try it again. But I think all the players that are going to get loans have probably got them by now, unless anyone new joins us, obviously. Oh. I was wondering what was going on there. Okay, Bubalo, but isn't he wanted by... Oh, no, that's your new one, potentially. Even if we only get one or two more, we were at like... For loan. Hey, Gavin! Gavin, question for you, my friend. Firstly, how was stream? Secondly, there we go. Secondly, have you listened to the new Bury Tomorrow album? I figured you'd be the perfect person to discuss this with. Certain standards. Like, our training facilities literally dropped. So you clearly thought they were good enough to be at the level they were at. Bringing in first team ready players. Yet when I try to ask you for things related to that, they say they'd rather produce our own players. Make up your fucking mind. So yeah, we're at that point of the save now where our board will just not let us have anything. And our training facilities is going to get worse and worse because of that. Annoying. Have a little look at these guys. Just in case. Plus 50 over. You hate to see it. There we go. Nothing for Hardy. Nothing for him. God, someone bid on Genius that isn't one of these teams. For Christ's sake. Oh, of course, yeah. I forget he's Korean. Majesty and Carcassing. Yes. Majesty is an absolutely... Even the Seventh Son is an insanely good song. I've been, like, jamming it for the last... I was playing FTL yesterday. Which, by the way, I know it's like an old school game, but, like, I never really got into it. But yesterday I just decided to try it out. Absolutely loved it. I was just listening to that album on repeat while playing FTL last night. It was great. Had a couple of gins in me. It was good. What song? Seventh Son, I think it's called. It's the first song on the album, I think. Well, Majestic, yeah, Cody Frost is... Because it's Cody Frost and Carcass King, isn't it? It's just such a good album. Yeah. It's so good. Hurley's sick. No. He'll never get off this island. We'll send him home. Who's by? Bury tomorrow. Oh. FTL stream when something goes terribly, terribly wrong and we finally have to commit to something else. Because that's a game I probably could stream. My computer wouldn't break. Yeah, I think it's my favorite album by them because I never really was super into them because I didn't really like their clean vocalist's voice that much. I know that's one of the reasons people like them, but I was just never super into his voice, and I really like their new clean vocalist's voice. So, Ferencváros versus Porto. Yeah, I just love that kind of... Oh, Mihai's out for 3 to 6 weeks. Right, Ferencváros Porto. Come on. It's a tough ask for them to go to any further than that, but hey. Go for his friends. Surprisingly, that actually is quite a big game in terms of graphics and stuff, weirdly. A Rocket League stream. Yeah, I haven't played Rocket League really in like 6 weeks. Won the league by 11 points. Hell yes. You'd love to see it. They could definitely do it. Not played it yet. I would say, as far as like roguelites go, it's got quite a steep learning curve compared to some of the other ones, but I watched the tutorial. I did the tutorial and then I read a few little guides and I got a better idea of what I was supposed to do because it has a different kind of gameplay loop that I'm used to, but I do really see why people like it so much. It goes to 80 million or something. Yeah, then we might have a bit of a problem, Hungry Heroes. We'll just have to give up on him entirely. You know what? Let's see how well do they play. Let me guess. They had like 2 XG and... you know what? Honestly, that's a fair result. They weren't hitting the target enough with their shots. 1-all draw's fine. Plus, it's extra coefficient points, right? 14.5. Every little helps. Follow up my interest. No. Duanes. No, no one there worth it. More money. True. I don't know if you get... I don't think you get any money specifically for that result, but they will get like... They'll get £8 million just for being in that round anyway. Hey, Beyond Ultra. Yeah, it's... I think... Yeah, the game's just called FTL, but yeah, it stands for Faster Than Light. It's like a space exploration roguelite. It's good. 6th season, regular top 16 Champions League. 12. Wow, that's a lot of money. Basically, Mislav, you can't make them. It's one of the things I found very annoying about FF. We've actually in the exact same spot right now. We've now reached the point where our board just say no to everything we ask of them, even when it makes total sense for them to actually agree with it. It just seems like there's like this kind of almost like entropy on your board's ability to say yes to things. So you'll get a new board with a new takeover. They'll say yes to a load of stuff at first, and as time passes, they'll slowly say yes to less things. Like our training facilities got downgraded, so we were like, oh, let's just upgrade them, and they're like, no, it's fine. It's like, well, clearly you thought they were good enough to upgrade them to that point in the fucking first place, so why would they now be worse? But it's like it just picks random answers out of a bucket. It's like, no, and then we'll just pick a random thing. It's frustrating. So we will go full strength here so we can rotate for Kekschmidt, so we can then rotate out again for Spurs. We'll send this one because it's... Oh, Evan Polden's back again. I swear he got a serious injury. Yeah, he tore his hamstring. Top level and then it's downgraded. I feel like the game thinks they're still top. Yeah, but the thing is, we're not even at the top level. We've got like... I think there's at least 2 or 3 more slots available for us, right? House of Planetcraft. I've never heard of that one, actually. French Parasite Worms. Yes! Basically, yes. Got Madrid. Yeah. I mean, for example, we got probably the toughest draw, which was admittedly Spurs, but still. You know what happens when you play against English sides in FM? Oh! Who is Joao Lopez?
This isn't where I parked my car.
Oh, he's the guy that was in Peru that's now joined us permanently. Number 12. You're not playing... No, how dare you? Lone player number 12. Various Juices. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, that should be a comfortable win for us. I haven't actually played as much CK3 as I did CK2 since it came out. It's just... I just don't get a lot of time for other games a lot of the time. And sometimes I just want something different. And then, I don't know if you guys are like this too, where you've got like a few games. You'll have loads of games in your Steam library. And you'll have like a few games that you always just seem to gravitate back to every single time. For me, for a while, Peglin was the only thing I played that wasn't FM. Then I played a bit more Slay the Spire again lately, because I got like 500 hours in that. But then I was like, I want something different. Like I was playing Loop Hero for a bit. But now I do like FTL. I might put some hours into that. Oh no, I've got CK3. I bought it like the day it came out. I think I actually pre-ordered it, which is dangerous. Oh, what, in real life, Hibbos? Oh, a 4-all draw there. Petter Jeannier again. Man does score a lot of goals, which means one day Hungarian cap, presumably. Probably gets one before Zoltan, knowing us. Subnautica. Oh, right, okay. That's kind of sick. It's, actually, Peglin is still technically early access, I think. But I've already got enough hours out of that to make my purchase well worth it. Yeah, there's certain games that I just gravitate towards. Play real life. No cheat codes for real life. Not to my knowledge, anyway. You can't do up, down, left, right. Well, you can, but then you're just sort of moving shit around. Oh, really? That'd be kind of sick, actually. Laptop on how much? Yeah, that could be a problem, I suppose. Right, okay, what we got here? Oh, yeah, we haven't got any... Budapest aren't in it, are they? They're in the next round. But we do have... Kishvarda and Molfehavar. Okay. Beating the Mighty Heart. Yeah. I've beaten the heart with all of the... Except for the Watcher. Because I just don't really like the characters. I've beaten the heart with the Ironclad... Defect and the other one. The one with the shivs. And I think I've got one at 16 Ascension, one at 18 Ascension. I've got the Defect at 19 Ascension. So, I'm shitting it now because I hadn't played it in like nearly a year. And obviously the Downfall mod for Slay the Spire is absolutely ridiculously good. Like, would highly recommend it. It's like a brand new game. It's so good. Okay, come on. Results. Oh. Pog wants to go to town to get coffee, but she can't because the car's in the drive and she doesn't want to she doesn't want to have to reverse the car off the driveway. It is a bit pernickety, to be fair. But maybe she should... Oh, fuck. Oh, Christ. Pog, if you're listening to me, just give it a crack, right? Honestly. Just don't crash into Paul's car. You'll be fine. Can I just skip to the end? Wow. Oh, Seged! Nice! We get to play Seged. I don't think we've played them since the first season of this save. I mean, we'll absolutely hammer them, but it's just nice to see their faces, right? Up the bus. Yeah, that was a shit game, wasn't it? Like, that was one of those games where it was just shit. Just pure terrible. Woeful performance. I always feel like we lost that more than you won it, in a way. But regardless, points are points, right? Another yoga? We do a more yoga. Oh. I actually pressed the yoga button instead. Yeah, I mean, I wanted Fulham to win a lot as well, but that's not really a thing we do anymore. We've decided that actually we've kind of got our points now, and we're just going to lose every game for the rest of the season now. And just kind of limp over the line. Hello, Paul. Huh? Mute a minute. I don't know if I can mute on this screen, actually. One sec. Let me finish my dancing. Then we'll discuss. You can wear my sambas if you want, but, like, I don't know if they'll fit you. Plus, the soul's coming out of it.
I'll maybe put on a right samba and a right van.
Oh, right. A vamba.
A van.
Right, so why am I muting? Hang on, let me mute up for a second. Oh, we're back. Yeah, we have to talk about Redacted. Just one of those things, right? Pog can take over the... Pog, you can take over the stream for a couple of minutes and I'll go back the car out the drive for you. How about that?
No, because I'd have to be on stream and I don't know what to say or do.
I'd be gone like 2 minutes. Tops. Which is why he's now addicted to yogurt. Is that really the case? I had no idea. So... Oh, it's the next day, innit? Right, please, 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 please. Oh. Oh, come on. No, I'm not mute. Yes.
Matt gravitates towards certain games.
It's true.
But little does he know that we all gravitate towards him because we all want to play with him. I mean, look over there. Aren't CK3 and Victoria 3 fun, chat?
It's very true. I'm just fun to play with. I'm like a Ken doll. No, that... is not what I meant. Not anatomically. I can... That's a shit... Those are shit results. Extended whiz quick. I could... It wouldn't take me long to do it. I just have to have my shoes on. If Pog, like, sets everything up, I can do it. It is a shame, heroes. I'll go to town and get coffee while Pog just runs the stream for the next 45 minutes. How about that? That's shit as well. The fact that they've lost the home game as well. This Ken is the okay. It's true. No update to the coefficients at all because I reckon we end up randomly... We'll have such a great start and then end up finishing on, like, nothing. That's so disappointing. Did the Serbian Cup winners win? Against Rapid VN. That's a big one. That's very true. I don't know. Pog's disappeared again, so I don't know what she's doing now. She'll make a decision eventually, and then I will act accordingly, chatto. Airing's hurt himself. Wow. He could just injure himself walking around the house at this point. Wait, they've got players. Well, only 2 of them. They must have moved some of those guys up. So we're now on to the South Africa part of the scouting, which means that we should start getting quite a lot of players, because they just do. So what's the situation, Pog? What am I doing? It's fine, okay.
I don't want to talk to this bunch of people.
I mean, chat. I don't know what to say. I'm with you lot, right?
I need to learn to do that.
Well, you do indeed, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Just crack on. So Gabriel Obertan was a footballer. God, Gabriel Obertan. That's a blast from the past. Not a good one either. Okay, so this is rotation. Then it's back for Spoys. And I'm going to have a pee break in a minute anyway. Indeed, John, yes. Wouldn't want to get cancelled, now would I? Hey, I mean, I can sometimes run in a straight line relatively quickly. This is... Everyone needs to do that, mate. Because you can never... You can never have enough lamps. You said about my lamp choices. It's a shame he's not actually around. Might do Robert Olsen for this game. No. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do Robert Olsen. Silver instead of... Oh, apologies if you hear a random, like, drilling noise. Neighbour is, well, drilling. Imagine. Oh, Yaboa. I feel like we haven't seen him today. Velasquez will do Zoltan. And then we'll do Seri. Mihai Alaku. Yes, Mihai Alaku. The very same. Except he's injured again now. Is he really? Yeah, he was our club captain on my last save. And now we found him again because obviously he's facing the game. What a ledge. So Seri's finally back in. Come on for the exclamation mark tactics, but it won't actually be the exact tactic I'm using because we literally changed it directly after I made the video. Because obviously. Exclamation mark tactic. Name building a planet. I know, so many planets. It's like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in here. Let's do De La Cruz and then... See the... Oh, I did. Yes, I did always, but yeah. Handsome gentleman as well. Needs to be said. Plans of Montiel. No. We'll do LMS. Uploading a DIY YouTube. Maybe he is. I'm good, Sandra. How's it going, man? I'll assign him. Oh, he's insane. He should be listed here somewhere. There he is. In all his loveliness. If it wasn't for that slight injury, I wonder if that injury proneness could be what potentially holds him back, but I mean, he's 16. There's all to say, right? Not since Tromsø, no way! Welcome in, my friend. Just an entire save. Neighbour's building a cabinet. We're one of the same, it's true, but I bet you his cabinet coefficient is way better than mine, I'm just saying. How's it going, Jason? They've been apologised to, really? Well, that will certainly help them, won't it, when they miss out on points because of it? But they can take solace in the fact that they've been apologised to. It's been good, Jack, so far. We've actually been quite solid in Europe. And Ferencváros are in the knockouts of the Champions League. And they're not out yet, either. Regular everyday activities. It's a good point, Millennium. But bear in mind... No, actually, there's really no defence for it. Particularly as this wall here is directly onto, like, you know, it's like their staircase is this side, which is one of the things I think I get away with it, in a way, because there's not, like, a room directly opposite this wall. They will be right up there. Their expected apologies has gone through the roof. You know? Holy shit. Yeah, I would still say that probably our Treaty United one might have been slightly better, but I imagine that our guy here is probably going to be maybe not as good as this guy, but you never know, really. They're ridiculous. Bear in mind, I'm not actually complaining about him like doing that, of course. That's just normal things. It's a Sunday as well, like doing this on a Sunday. It's more just a case of if you're listening and you hear it, that's what it is kind of thing. They were very angry. They seemed weren't they angry like before the game had even started as well? Right, I'm going to sim this one as well because we've got the Spurs game. And those are what matters. It's pretty much what I expected. There you go. It's good when you show someone a region and they go, yes. I'm thinking you didn't play the game much last year then, Sander. This should be a win, right? Watch this be the first defeat of the season. Please, 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 please. Oh, bloody hell. That could have gone poorly. That didn't for Ferencváros. So we are now 20 for 20. Thank Christ. That was tight. Not much else to... you know what? So what gave you the motivation to come back into playing it then? On the reg? The other wizard wasn't closed yet. 7 goals conceded this season. When was the last time we conceded a goal in the league? It feels like we haven't conceded a goal on in the league at all today. Oh, no, we have. Oh, no, it wasn't today. So actually it was only 6 games ago as it goes, but it was also in December. And that was an annoying goal, if I remember. But they're all annoying, really, aren't they? Okay, so Spurs away. I feel like I have a horrible feeling about this Spurs game, and I don't know why. I feel like FM might be about to pull out its bingo card and start playing the hits, and really? We already know about him? I guess we'll scout him again then. That's weird that he's shortlisted. Maybe one of the old shortlists. Okay. All those reasonables. Oh, Ruben Diaz. Yeah, do I really want to sign Ruben Diaz? Probably not. Well, not that I'd love to, but we can't afford him. Right, the rest of these guys then. Ooh. Hello. That's more
Got
interesting.
a sub.
Sander Ramo. Thank you very much for the 3 months. I desperately need a WeChat. So I'm going to leave you guys with a whiz quiz for a second. And I'm going to go whiz. And then we'll come back and we can look through some of these scout reports. Because there's a couple in there that look kind of intriguing. Anyway, return momentarily. You know what to do. Tell me what the badge is.
It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
And we have a winner. It was Kieran. Kieran got it with Passos de Ferreira. It was the correct... I thought some of you guys might think that it was Ferencvaros when I saw it, but it was Passos. Oh. I actually had that one prepared from last stream. So well done, Kieran. That was a good shout. So Iparagire. Expensive. And honestly, like, he's fine, but he's not amazing. I mean, he is good, but I wouldn't want to drop 10 million quid on him, honestly. Oh, thank you. Hang on. Santo. That's very kind of you. Welcome in, my friend. You get a prize. You get my eternal gratitude. Yeah, exactly. Not for 19. Yeah, if he was 60 with those attributes, I'd be all over that. But that's really weird. But I mean, A-, is like, why do they rate that so high? I don't understand why they rate some players like that. But my guess is if I was to scout him again on the extensive, he would change his mind. Yeah, £70 for a loan farm is not happening. So I'm starting to feel... Oh, nice. Oh, that is kind of sick. I've always thought that like a network game, building a nation, if you actually really committed to it and were able to get through the seasons fast enough together, would be the way to go about it. Like someone asked me on a YouTube comment the other day, like, why don't I just take over every single team over the course of the save? But I just don't find that fun. Like, that probably would work quite well, but then you just see your teams get constantly destroyed by the AI every season. It's just not as fun like that, right? Yeah, we don't want Reece James. Although it does imply that there's going to be a lot of very interesting free agents this summer, right? Like, given what we're seeing, like Ruben Diaz, Reece James, imagine one of them just randomly rocks up at Ferencvaros. So you decided no. Lafuente, you're also probably very expensive. At least he's good and expensive. But that lack of a weak foot in our system would be catastrophic, and he's overly expensive. So Wojciech, wow, he's lost a lot of quality. Another reason to keep scouting them, I suppose. Yeah, no, not for him, not for me on him. Rosado, 21 years. Too expensive. Wait, Avs, Colorado Avalanche beat the Kings last night. I think it was 4-3. There should be very few games. Yeah, you'd have to, yeah. Like, Latvia would probably be quite good for that. I feel like for me, he's just too expensive. Hatimi was one of the Casablanca guys. Just not good enough, right? It's the sort of the bits you don't see actually with what would take so long. Wait, what happened to Kale McCarr? Did I miss something there? Building nice if you fix the rules. Yeah, pretty much. Isaac Daniel. He's not bad actually, but it's quite. If he was cheap, would he be a good loan farmer? At 17. He did no time for the... Jesus Christ. I didn't actually see that. It's the problem with it. Problem with hockey is it's so hard to follow and actually watch a lot of the time, just because the games are always on at a completely unsociable time for the most part. If he's really on the cheap side, he might be an okay loan farmer. Yeah, the high tackling is what makes me think that there's a player there. He'd have to be very much on the... We could always do that thing again, though. Hang on, you still want extra? No. 165 grand? I feel like for 165 grand, he's worth a go, right? Yeah, without Makar in the playoffs, that's going to... But we've still been winning a lot of games lately. Hopefully win the conference. No, sorry, not the conference, the division. Looks like Vegas wins the conference, but Isaac Daniel... Yeah, I think he's actually okay. Sissoko, free. He's free. Is he worth nothing, Chato? I think just based on his physicals and mentals alone, he's probably worth a free punt. Someone like that. They won't want any money, and he would barely want any money in the contract as well. And these are the kind of guys that I think could really flourish in the loan farm. Sorry. Hang on. Does man have a release clause of nothing? I think he might have a release clause of 0. It's annoying because we can't see it. I think he has a release clause of 0. What mug, like, negotiated that deal? Elano, thank you for the 4 months. Oh, and Diffuser, thank you for the follow. Must have been while I was in the bathroom. I don't think A-Stick Mimosas are getting relegated. It's definitely worth double that, yeah. I guess we just trigger his release clause of 0. Fair. Hey, Sammy, how's it going, man? Did you get home all right yesterday? Right, actually, speaking of, so Pog and I got a lift back from the pub yesterday with Sammy, and he was like, oh, I need to move some things from my car so you can get in the back, or whatever. And firstly, there was like a table in the back of his car, and I was like, why is that in there? He's like, well, you never know when you're going to need a table. Then he starts putting some stuff in the boot, and he's like, hang on, watch the bread maker. Yeah, you heard that correct. The bread maker. I was like, why have you got a bread maker in your boot? And he's like, sometimes I like to make bread when I'm at work. Then he was like, hang on, could you pass me that bronze golf statue? He's got like Mary Poppins handbag in the back of a Vauxhall Astra. It's great. Free to go to the main club. Oh, yeah, still weird though. Affiliation. Yeah, but an affiliation... It feels weird that the release clause would be 0. Mr. Soul in the car, man. I don't actually have that anymore, which I really should get another bottle, honestly. I feel like I'm missing out if we go to the Chippy. Moha, yeah, I still think that he's way too expensive for it. An impromptu upper class breakfast on the side. It's true. It's true. Jahid. Again, I think they'd want way too much money for him. And he's 20. I think all of these guys are kind of no's from me. Just because they actually cost money. Alfred Juve, maybe. He's got good physicals. He's 22, though. See what it says? I think it just said that he had a release clause. I think it said the offer matches the release clause like it does everywhere else. Toasty Maker. Oh, Toasty Maker would be good. That is exactly what Pog said, Digital Dog. That is exactly. She was just like, you are absolutely living in your car. Didn't watch the bread maker. Wait, did he break the bread maker? What do you mean I didn't watch it? I wasn't in the boot. Don't need to sign everyone, Matt. I think you're fine. We do. It's part of the fun of a building a nation save is being able to sign everyone, right? Nah, actually not for that kind of money. Sorry, Alfred, you've praised yourself out of a move there, friend. Pick up a couple of random... I broke the... How did I break the bread maker? It was in the boot. If anything, Sam, you broke the bread maker. No more loaf for you, sir. At least Haladash are starting to bottle it a little bit now, but they're still... Who's really bad? Yes, Debrecen and Honvik. Oh, God. Oh, I thought you were going to come and yell up and say, I did it. No. See you in a bit. Good luck. Got in your car. I'll have you... It was in the boot, sir. I will not stand for this slander. To be fair, my boot contains a fold-up chair and an old mini fridge at the moment. Need to get a new one. Good. Very solid. Only 2 years. No, it looks like I have to hit him with the... Well, no, what, not that. I think he'll go for that, probably. There we go. Wait, what? No, whoa! No! Oh, fuck it. I guess you've just... Isaac, you have bamboozled me, sir, and you get your reward. Ah, there was a coffee grinder in there too. You're right, yes. We forget about the coffee grinder that was in the car. 10-year-old. Yes, literally. The moment when I was 18 years old and I got my first car, Sam's like, oh, I'll come around and have a look at your car. Man, he sits on the front wing over the front wheel and dents the whole thing inwards within about an hour of me getting the car. And I had to pay some guy to come around and remove the giant dent in the car. So yeah, I suppose in a way, yes. How reverse contact is just very true. I'm sure she'll be fine. I trust the Pog. The Pog is an excellent driver. She just needs to get a little bit better at, like, not staying in low gears for such a long time. Because I suspect we're losing a lot of fuel. But other than that, she's doing fine. She's just getting used to the car. What was in the boot of my car? I haven't played in 3 years. Christ. I wonder where, like, if I was to try and find a pair... I think I actually have a pair of football boots around somewhere because I used them for the charity match we played in 2018. I had a pink pair of football boots and I don't know where they've gone. Oh, really? 8 matches without conceding. Oh, nice. Okay. Watch us now immediately fuck that up because it's Spurs. Well, I mean, not to answer that in the boot of my car. Not up in my... in a way that's fun. I just don't like accelerating really hard in first gear because then the moment you switch to second gear, the car goes like this because obviously you're already going too fast for second gear. It's a habit that I think... That and the whole dry steering thing, which is still baffling to me. We got one more loan out. Pokemon Go tournament in London. Nice. You're going to be the Pokemon Go world champ. Isaac's in. Sissoko's in. It's all coming up clutch. Auction for charity. No one would want those boots. If anything, they'd have to, like... I'd have to pay them. Wow, he's dreadful. But that's fine. We knew that coming into this. But maybe Alfonso can be someone else's dreadful. He'll no longer be our problem. Hungary. Get you a bit as well. Mexican knockouts. Yes, they did. They somehow ended up coming 24th. Oh, nice. Oh, very nice. Okay, in that case, we're definitely getting a... Oh, Cape Town. Cape Town City. Marlon Zulu. This is a... Wow, that's not a bad batch of players, actually, there. Love that. We just check these guys again, because it feels like there's been offers floating around for some of these guys now. And I want to make sure that we capitalise on this. Even if other chappie isn't here yet. Not if you don't change it. I mean, I suppose, yeah. The car's just like straining, going... Right, it's when... Apparently it's this thing where basically... You know when you're doing a 3-point turn, Mikey? And you come back, then you turn the car lock the other way so you can drive out. They teach people to basically not turn the wheel again until the car is moving, which means that you spend the first half of the movement turning the wrong fucking direction. Like, it just seems dangerous to me, honestly. It seems like a great way of accidentally oversteering and turning back into oncoming traffic. Mad. But, oh well. Oh, RDF with the raid. You'd love to see. I was actually thinking, I was looking at like who was online. I was like, oh, am I going to raid at 2 o'clock? I was like, RDF's online. I'll raid him. But here you are. How was stream, man? Let me get you a shout out. Your training schedules are working a treat as always. Ski gloves. Bouncing off. It's fine. That's what those cars are there for. It's like putting the bumpers up when you go bowling, right? Or something. I don't know. Kicked out by his wife. Moved into the basement of the office where I worked. Oh, damn. He left his little setup there a few days. A blow-up sofa, a box of Weetabix, and a copy of Ian Botham's biography. That's a weird desert island disc he's got going there, isn't it? Salvador Links, thank you for the follow.
You see these?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Open my own hotel.
But there you go. Oliver, thank you for the follow as well. So... Was it one of those like, oh god, the blow-up sofas, the ones you used to get out of Argos when you were a kid? I know exactly the type as well. Oh, rejected the loan. Weird. Kali Anja, thank you very much for the follow. Man was living his best life. He was urban camping. Oh, welcome in, Salvador. That's awesome. You'll be pleased to know that Ferencvaros are in the knockouts. Where are they? Are in the knockouts of the Champions League. They're doing well. Like a swimming aid. Oh, God, I know. Yeah. In my head, for some reason, I'd imagined pink, and I don't know why. I think it's because my sister may have had a blow up sofa when she was like 10. That might be what it is. I remember having a blow up armchair as well. I felt like, no, I need my own seat. Yeah, the semi-transparent, exactly. Yeah. Any super sporties? Scott Radaby. We do like a Radaby around these parts, but I suspect he might be not that good, honestly. Youth Intake preview. Oh, it's the worst. It is the worst. Ruskin with a gifted sub to Salvador. That's so kind of you. Or I guess that would be Salvador, wouldn't it? Regardless, that's very kind of you, Ruskin. Thank you, friend. Yeah, this is our Youth Intake preview. So, as you can see, everything's coming up E. Apart from this one F. It's the worst Youth Intake preview I've ever seen. I mean, I'll be surprised if there's any players in it. Emmett really has taken a rest year. Like, he has decided that he had such a great time last year, he's decided not to bother. Looks like my cheese. Yeah, it looks like some of my A-levels, honestly. I'm guessing it's the sleeping on the job one. I would have gone with that, yeah. Right, so is Navarro, Silva, Navarro, Velasquez, Jarju? Are we doing that? I feel like that's not what we're doing. Who am I missing here? Oh, it's because Seri's... It's going to have to be Seri. Surely. Yeah, it's not great, is it? What did it turn out like, Mouse? Was it just like that in the end? Because sometimes you get a little bit lucky. Like last year, we were promised a terrible Youth Intake, but we actually got a monster player in it. Everyone else was crap, but we did get a guy. Most mediocre. Well, there's a couple. Like, so, we've got last year's Youth Intake. He's on the bench. Where's Zoltan gone? I'll find him in a minute. I'm sure he was there. I'm just an idiot. So last year's Youth Intake, we did get Zoltan, who is an extremely good player. And obviously there has been... What am I trying to type in here? Oh, come on, Matt. Type properly. God damn it. The other probably best player that's been produced so far is probably Andras Puskás at Debrecen, who obviously is on loan from us, but he was produced there. We just loaned him to them. For some reason, Mouse, I interpreted the quotation marks in the line as like a face, just like, huh? It works way better that way. Oh, dear. I feel it, yeah, we do. We've got a couple of them. We've got, but the board have now reached that point where they just say no to everything you do. So I think we've got Adelaide United, Mimosas, Plovdiv, and Tromsø as well, I think. Way more useful, yeah. Abdon Albin, Montiel, Fernandez, Darla. That's what we want. That'll do. With Hurley being hurt. Well, I say hurt. I think he's got the flu, isn't he? Man's got man flu. Okay, cool. Right, this is super important. So, oh, what is this team? So it was Kane. Oh, this like Ryan Sessegnon still playing for them with Garnacho. And they've got Julian Duranville, Marlon Caprice. Yeah, he's a bit alright. God, he's very expensive. And this is that goalkeeper I tried to sign a few years ago. I feel like we still missed out a little bit on him, honestly. Still have that beautiful pitch. I think they... Oh, pardon me. I think they probably do. Let's just quickly check. I think I did that yoga. But just in case I didn't, I'll refund your points. Because you just gained 6,000 points. I think that was the one I did right before I went for a wee. Yes. Yes, they do. It's just glorious, isn't it? It looks like a prison yard. Or they were trying to take a picture of it and accidentally use the front-facing camera instead. If that isn't the greatest ground... to be fair, this is the greatest ground. That is the greatest ground in world football right there. Just a random park in Latvia. Okay. Seri and Fernandez are kind of knackered. Have we got... Oh, yeah, we can't, can we? Because they weren't registered in time. Okay, here we go. Looks like it does a bit, yeah. Press X. I suspect it's a lot of standing room. And so I guess it just includes the entire forest that's nearby or something. That's how they calculate it. You'll get about 6 people on that bench if you're lucky, if they shuffle on a little bit. Right. This is the same system that Man City played against us, wasn't it? Oh, no, it wasn't. They had, like... There's a lot of space here. I feel like Velasquez and Seri are going to have time on the ball. Which might mean that Spurs' DMs are going to have to come out to push, and it... I'm not sure how effective this is going to be. The Memorance. That is superb. I think we might... hopefully have the better of them with that shape. I don't think I've ever really come up against it before. City play one with, like, narrow midfielders. Oh, that's good. Right, come on. Second phase or something. An early goal here. Oh, Miller is in. Oh. I think he is trying to square that. The keeper's just in a good spot. But we're off to a good start for once. But you know what we're like away from home in Europe? It either goes terribly or averagely at best. And then we have to do all the hard work at home. Oh, God, the ball's come straight back to him. Please don't foul him. That's good. He's outside the box. Win it back. Yes, Thomas. Come on. Hey, Holbrook. Are we dropping frames or is that just FM being FM again? Right, Silva's got it. We need a big run. Right, drop it off. Yes, build from the back. But this is what I mean. Like, he's one of their DMs and he's literally pushing all the way up into midfield there, which means if we can draw them out and then get the ball in behind, like this. Oh, okay. Or just stop your run. That's fine too. We're on the taxpayers' money. Not anymore in this save, thankfully. On account of us generating hundreds of... Well, not hundreds of millions. We generate like 60 million in the off-season. Thank God he's missed that. But what on earth is this? Again. He has the ball at his feet. Lordy Lord. Champions League, man. Same every game, innit? Except for, like... As long as we're higher rep than the team, we're fine. Yeah, it just feels like players love diving in for no reason. Right, come on, lads. We need tall men on the right players here. Simple stuff. We got away with that. Oh, yeah, we play Porto a lot in this save. Luckily... Oh, great. Velasquez has hurt himself. Let's just see how long he can stay on until he actually complains about it, but I suspect it's going to be soon. Yeah, it's always away from goal, or where they're going to, like, the byline, but there's, like, 10 players in the box and there's no danger. They're just like, I will dive in now. Then you think, oh, maybe they've got high aggression. It'll be like 3. Although, to be fair, we do have quite a lot of aggressive players in this team, so usually with us, that's the reason for it. Go on, win it. Coefficients are looking decent. We got, like, 14.3, I think, by the end of the group stages, but unfortunately, some relatively unsavory... Oh, come on! Some relatively unsavory draws. What was he doing there? Although, actually, it's turned into a really good out ball. Oh, go on. Just make the pass. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Go on. Show me a bit of finishing, please, for once. I beg of you. Yeah! Come on. You'll have to remind me after the game, Rogerio, because obviously I can't show you in the middle of the match. But Castillo gives us the lead. What did you call it? The Memorants. That was a really good pass from Brandon Silva, but I expected him to just hit this straight at the keeper, as they always do. But that is filth. That reminds me so much of that airing goal against Celtic all those years ago. That's more like it. We lead at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, which I think is still called that. Yes. You mean Velasquez? Yeah, he has enough aggression for everybody. It's exactly what I was hoping we'd have, though. Get the ball to Castillo, draws a few players out, spins in behind. There's our opportunity. And now they're just... Sesnial's just not tracking Hossam. Come on. Uh-oh. But now he's out of position himself. And now we've got a centre-back coming across to cover, and this could get a little bit messy here. Because we're all like shuffled across by one position. And they need to get back on... Okay, we should be okay now. Everyone's back in position, at least. But that's where we can get caught out with... Oh, God, yes! Nice, Thomas. Send them through. Okay, that's fine. Yes, look at this. We're going to be counter-attacking them all day long at this rate. Silva. He's got a runner in the middle. Pulls it back. It's 2, and it's Guillermo Navarro. We're 2-0 up at the Spurs. Come on. This is more like it. Oh, average attendance. It's about... Our average attendance last season, I think, was 15,000. I think. This was nice again, but the same thing. Castillo dropping deep, spinning the ball out wide, and then we create the chance. He even takes the defenders away by making that little run. I still think Martini should have done better there, but I guess he was a bit shaken. What year? This is sort of midway through season 11. To be fair, they're not really... Spurs aren't really bottling it on account of the fact that they were never in front in this game. So, even for Spurs... Seri is given everything. It's half-time, buddy. Like, you can give me another 20 minutes. Right, come on. Big header now. Yeah, okay, cool. Don't bother running, lads. I'll tell you what. Let's all just stand still and wait for the striker to win the ball. I think that seems like a smart plan. Like, why do they all stop here? Just like, oh no, he's clearly going to win this. We'll just stand still. What's Portier doing there? Oh, dear. Right. I mean, that's good. They're good value for a goal there. Annoying. Well, I mean, the game was crap up until like 4 minutes before half-time. Seri is looking very knackered, but like, who on earth do we bring in? And whether I want to make the change now or not. Keeper made himself small, yeah. Seri is very not well. It might have to be Kraus. And then... Has Velasquez got okay passing? Of course he does. He's a monster. Velasquez is going to have to be RPM for a bit. I mean, I don't think it's really the keeper's fault. Like, he's tried to save it. He's just failed in saving it. Let's be honest. Okay. But we need to get him off. Yeah, technically he's not our official number one in the sense that he's not wearing the number one jersey because that's being worn by Zoltan. But yeah, he's kind of won the number one spot. He performs above average in terms of his expected save percentage and stuff like that. So that's all I really want from a goalkeeper right now. Which reminds me a lot of that game against Leipzig we had, where we were 2-0 up and then in the second half just did sod all. Although I might just open up the play a little bit. Oh, Christ. We might actually have to bring on Zoltan. Except he's not on the bench. Velasquez is doing okay. I might even bring on Stevenson Ferrin. And Malero has actually had a poor performance so far, which now might be the time for... Yeah. Overachieve the border like low weight. I don't know. I've always found that the expectations are just kind of mucked up to begin with. Plus, particularly when it comes to things like playing style stuff, where you'll have one season where you play really good attacking football where you keep a lot of possession, but then you get promoted to the Premier League. And then the board are like, since you did that last season, we'd now like you to mimic that style in the Premier League. It's like, yeah, lads, but we're now a small fish in a big pond. Like, we kind of have to play a bit differently here. Silva, come on, Brandon. This could wrap it up. Or you could just weakly pass it into the keeper's hands. That's fine too. You do you, bud. After this highlight, I think we have to start maybe trying to shut this game down. Just get into some, like, slow the pace down. Try to just take the sting out of it. That's a really good outball. And again, Spurs caught on the counter. Right, we need the good run. Or just let him go alone. Silva's all the way through, and he's missed the target. And that means that we're going to see a Spurs equaliser in 3, 2, 1. Just bring that down. That will be the cue for the Spurs equaliser momentarily. Actually, if we go on, just 2-1 at Spurs. That is a very good result for us. Really, really good result. Castillo and Navarro really won that before us before half-time. But I think that tactically, we, as much as they did create a little bit, I think we had the better of them in that game. Even about staff potential. Yeah. But it's not something that's really concerned me, I suppose, with the staff potential stuff. Because with the coaching courses, you can make them pretty decent. Still asking for the Champions League. Hey, that's fine. I would take it, strides closing, because otherwise, if they start demanding a lot, then all of a sudden you're going to have to actually start living up to that, you know? Okay, so Hoffenheim drew with Atletico. Arsenal are through. Leverkusen actually gave Barcelona a bloody good run. 7-5 on aggregate. That was way harder for Barca than it should have been. Okay, it's only a twisted knee. And Seri could do with the rest. Well, yeah, it's fine. He'll get his rest in the next game. Silva, despite missing that chance and a couple of others, did actually have a good game. Okay. Oh, right, so there's Thursday night matches too, which are really important. No longer wants to leave the club. When did you... Oh, right, of course, yeah. Unhappy promise not kept. What? I mean... No one bid on you, you pillock. No, wait, I only have Hungary loaded. These are rooks. I didn't... No one... Literally, after that promise, not a single player bid on him. Sorry, a single... Not going to wait around. Buddy, no one bid on you. I mean, what other clubs am I going to offer it to you? It's in the middle of February. Like, which club is that? Pillock's a good word, isn't it? It sums up this situation. Can I actually go to the home screen? FM, thank you. How long have I got to do this now, then? 199 days. So why did it give me, like, 2 days to do the first promise and then 199 for the next one? Silly Billy. Also, he's valued at 62 million. No one bid him at all after that, did they? It is annoying, though. Weird. Final score at Spurs. 2-1 in the end, which was not bad. But yeah, loaded leagues, it's just Hungary. And I have 110,000 players loaded as well. Ooh. Ah, okay. Disappointment. But Taukabong is a cool name. Shabalala, even better. Just make sure there's any extremely excellent names in there. We're good. Coefficients, yes, sorry, coefficients. In fact, after that win, we now move to 14.9. So on the year, we're still number 4, which is good. As long as we keep tracking as a top 4 side, eventually we'll just be one, right? Norway seem to have fallen off the wagon a bit. I wonder if all the Norwegian sides just got absolutely dumped out. Sorry, that's for the coefficients for the year. Let me actually sort it by how it actually is, currently looking. We're 12 points clear of Portugal now. We've gapped them so easily. Wow, look at the gap between us and France now. What? That's down to like 2.5 points? If France keep having a poor time of it, there's a chance. And it's not that much further to Germany, who are actually having an even worse season than France. I felt like if we could catch France, we could catch Germany. At the moment, it's looking very much like that. It's the next year when things get a bit tough because it's an 18-point season. So we're not going to do much. If anything, they'll gain on us. But it's these 2 seasons here. We'll get close to them here, but we just have to maintain pace. But it's over these 2 seasons where, look, we're going to get 6 on them in that season. And like 5 or 6 points on both of them. That's where we get them if we just stay consistent. And I feel like we've got it in us to stay consistent now. Right. Ferencváros versus Porto. Imagine if they got through. Just get a draw and try and win on pens or something. I feel like they lose 2-0. That's my prediction. They lose 2-0. Oh, no. They actually got the draw. I mean, I guess coefficient-wise it's good, but the fact that they were that close. Aguilar and Junior Adamu's goal was saved Porto in the end. Thuram missed for Porto, and who missed for Ferencváros? Prestiani, who we were looking at earlier, and who? Jesper Robertson. Okay, another player I didn't realise they had. They actually signed from Tromsø. It's more coefficient, but damn, that's close. The fact that, oh, annoyingly, Brahim Diaz had an absolutely brilliant game for Porto. I feel like we're partly responsible for this. Still, that should take us into the 15 points. 15.1 now, which is solid. It's still very irritating, though. But luckily, we've still got other sides in action later in the week, but I think that they might all be taking a bath here. It might very much rest on us. No, we've still got Újpest to come in the... oh, here we go. We need a miracle from Kisvárda or from Molfehérvár, but I think they're both out here just dead in the water, personally. They've not looked great in this, but I think they're dead. I think they both go out here. Imagine. Okay, that's annoying, because it makes you think that they could have gone on and won, but that is ridiculously good. Kisvárda, 3-1 winners in Serbia, with Barwick and Diego, Anna Roslin scoring. And isn't that, yeah, Christian Leon. All 3 of them on loan from us, scoring the goals against, that's brilliant. Kisvárda showing how it's done. That saved our ass. And also, at least Molfehérvár are going out with some coefficient points. So that should take us to 15.9. We actually go 3rd on the year now with that. What does that do here? Oh, we're 1.8 behind France. 1.8. And not that much further behind Germany either. Oh, we're doing this. And we've still got the second leg against Spurs. That could hopefully, if we win, take us over 16. Újpest are still in. So as things stand... Oh, hang on. Want to look at that. Ooh, Lorenzo. Oh, we've already looked at him before. Not bad, but... yeah, no, probably not. They clapped Red Star. They did. Really good. So we've got Újpest still in. We're not through yet. And we've got Kisvárda still in. So at minimum, even if we fuck up the second leg against Spurs, which hopefully we won't, we'll still hopefully have 3 sides left in the next round. Which is really good. And remember, Ferencváros, just by playing in that round, would have got another 8 million quid. Let's go to Town. No. And I'll tell you for why. Because I'm not managing Grimsby Town. It's like my chances of being shot in Johannesburg, very low on account of me not being in Johannesburg. It's all in the odds, isn't it? Dick Pruin. That's Dick Pruin. I love that. So knowing that we play Kisvárda midweek, because that's going to hurt their... Then again, they won't have their... They've already played their second leg, so that's actually okay. God damn. Ferencváros taking their anger out on Veszprém there. Okay. Sahel. Ooh. Mayher Godbane. Low determination, but relatively cheap. Still worth a bit of a look, I'd say. Okay. Exciting times. So will they have another... Oh no, their draw will be then, won't it? Will it? No, they'll probably already have their draw. Oh, come on, man. These draws have been killing us this year. I mean, there are worse teams they could have played. Probably Everton and Capital One. But look at some of the teams they could have drawn. No, we'll give them Lille. Who came... I mean, to be fair, Midtjylland had no pushover either. That's frustrating. It's always fucking Lille, isn't it? Right, let's have a look at UEL. They should have their draw now too. Uepesh, please, please. Legia Warsaw. Yes. That's a bit better. I went to play with my save. The save file from the very beginning is multiple. That's true. But I feel like they could still maybe got a draw against them. They did it in the past, I think. In the Discord, there's the save file from the very start. And also the database in case you wanted to change some stuff. I think actually ! Save file might even give you the... Oh no, that's from no, that's from the Career Resurrection. Never mind. That's the wrong save file. Good, Poznan. Yeah, but that's good. Uepesh getting Legia Warsaw. How did Legia do? 14th place. Lost to Monaco and Young Boys. Like, I feel like with the way that Uepesh have played, that's a winnable draw. And should give them a good shot at quarterfinals. Or at least some extra coefficient points in the meantime. So this is the round... the round before the round. So this is the... I guess the round of 32, yeah. Well, technically it's the round of 24 in a way. We're in the round of 24. Because the top 24 qualify. But obviously 8 of them don't have to play. So it's a round of 16 that's the round of 16 before the round of 16. Because they just needed more rounds, damn it. Right, so rotation again. Kontavrakis is still not fit, but screw it. We'll start Fran, even though he's not really... I don't really like him being up front. Malero. Do Bizarra. We can't do Seri, but we could do Jarju. And then Zoltan. Wait, where's Zoltan? How's he managed to get himself suspended or something? Zoltan? But? Ineligible? Another match? Oh. Weird. Normally I don't set them available unless the match is on the next day. Weird. Oh well. He's all about the yellow cards. 15.5 in it. That's fine. We'll start someone else there. Kraus will be fine. Because I want to start Terranova left back. And then, honestly, Farine. Because I'm actually quite liking what I'm seeing out of Stevenson Farine at the moment. I don't know why he's playing that game. Because I'm fairly certain I didn't set him available. And if I did, I usually only do that for games that are the next day. Crap. Transfer stuff. Not that I noticed, anyway. Sorry, where are... Where's, like, LMS? What? When did he get made available for the second team? I didn't do that, did I? I must have accidentally set a lot of them available for the second team, but I don't remember doing that. Weird. That'll have to do then. Imagine Iceland. Yes. On my YouTube save last year, I managed... what was it? It was KV, I think. Oh, and of course at Grotta. Yes. We don't talk about Grotta, though. Grotta is very much one we avoid talking about at all costs. That did not go well. Yeah, we'll instant result this once we get to the Spurs game. The match was... I don't have it set up to do that, though. Like, for that exact reason. I feel like we might drop points here for the first time this season. Because Kijvada are good. I wouldn't mind if we're going to do it. It might as well be 2 Kijvada to keep them with some confidence up. Or Francois scores a hat-trick. Oh, Merlo actually scored against... Oh, not another injury for De Bruyne. Torn thigh muscle. God damn it. That's the one thing that's going to hold him back from being the player that we know he could potentially be is the injuries. He's so good, but the injuries just cost him so much. Pereira saves our asses, though. We finally conceded another goal as well. CFAX, okay. Dial 888 to see what they've got. Hello, Omar Ben Salah. This is why we do this. Right. Is he any good? 13 to 17 crossing at the age of 17. Tackling isn't amazing, I must admit. Good on both feet. He's definitely, we get more information on him type of player. He is expensive though, true, but if he's as good as we think he could be, yeah. Rules in Iceland. Iceland have quite strict rules, if I remember correctly. There's Valum. Joshua Kimmich. Let me guess, he's exploring his options. Trades an AMR. But if he's going to play that in our system, he has to be able to play on both sides. And to be fair, he's got on both feet, but I don't think that would... He doesn't have all the other things that we want to be either an inside forward or a trequartista, so that would be kind of pointless. 38 million. Also, yeah, his value has dropped a lot. Good point. Would OBS value... how do you mean? Hibbos. Yeah, we'll get rid of Kimmich. So let's have a look at Valom again. Why has he dropped in value? Ah, because he's just signed a new fucking contract. With a minimum fee release clause of 27 million. So basically, that means we're triggering that release clause in the summer. Is essentially what that means. Because we were going to end up paying that amount anyway. That was kind of that was near enough the amount we were prepared to pay them, obviously in installments, before all this. And then they wanted 50 million, and now they want 27 million. I think we just take that in the summer on 27 million. Because we've got how much in the transfer kit at the moment? 47 million and 80,000 in transfer. Join PSG or something stupid. Well, not if we're getting there soon. Oh, OBS. Oh, I didn't even notice that. So there's Yaka. It's a pretty good release clause. You're right, it is. And he is very good. Resolute personality. High potential. But he won't talk to us yet, which means we need to wait till the summer in order to actually talk to him anyway. Because of the new contract thing. Trippy. Degas? Sorry if I've messed your name up there, sir. But thank you very much for the follow. Hirosaki, we already knew about you. You're already on the scouting from a while ago. Basically, no news, Marius. It'll happen when it happens, basically. He is quite good attribute-wise. I think I still want to scout more, though, because I don't like this. Even though he's extensive. Oh, no, he's not. He's actually reasonable. Even more reason not to do that, then. Same with you. Ooh, the lesser-spotted GC. Particularly when you're playing Rocket League. Okay, we'll get all of these guys another go around the... And boom. Right, what about you two from Dian Bars? Attribute-wise, he isn't actually that bad, but... Not amazing. Hang on, Max asking for us 40 grand. He could be actually more viable. Oh, no. I just think that you'll find these players with this. Gushudaborn's injured, obviously. It'd be funny if it was just like, which one of our players did this? 48 straight wins in the league is quite remarkable. More centre back. Yeah. Okay, Spursy time. Please don't let us be the Spursy ones out of this. Like, we've managed to do the hard part, which is winning away from home. Like, that's so difficult to do for us in the Champions League. And the fact that we've actually pulled it off is remarkable. But I have a horrible... The last time we played Spurs, I think it was in the Champions League. Or was it Leipzig? Might be in the last season, actually. Yeah, the Leipzig. We had that 2-2 draw away, but then we absolutely smashed them at home and were really good. That's what I'm kind of looking for out of today. So Olsen is now eligible for the dev list. We can't, like, loan him or anything, but he is at least eligible for it now. Any players here? Ooh, no. Wow, they've got quite not really any young players in their squad at all, actually, as it goes. Okay, bit of that. And Celtic Villarreal. I would love it if we could draw the winner of Celtic Villarreal. Leon knocked out Juve. That's really annoying, but it also gives us a chance to play someone like Leon in the next round. Or Celtic. Leon and Celtic both through to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. This gives us a potential pathway opening up here. It's annoying, though, because that means France get points, but oh well. Oh, CU Academy. That's surprisingly poor, actually, for the usual expectations, but they've got Colby De Silva and Aaron Moore. We take those. And go behind. 8 so far this season. So no. And also, what do you mean only 2 centre-backs? Like, how many would... If you've got an anchor man as well, then I'm not sure how many centre-backs you would insist on playing with at that point, right? I mean, bear in mind, just because it's not the number, it's the positioning and everything else, right? But no, we've conceded 8 goals this season. Both fullback on attack. Well, yeah, but that's why you have the anchor over here, is essentially to cover off this side here with him being on defence. So he'll just slot in. Besides, wingbacks go backwards as well as fullbacks. They come back as well. If you've got athletic enough wingbacks, they'll get back. You do still get caught out occasionally, especially in Europe, but, you know, clearly it does work. Oh, shit. They must have moved some players into another team before that. In fact, while we're there, I might just quickly dip into our report priorities and see if any new One thing you'll note as well is randomly, it will remove the column that you add. I have no idea why, but it will randomly remove the column that you add in here. Okay, they're all 3-star. That's fine. Get a top 8 team. That sucks. You're right. I forgot about that. But it does give the opportunity that they could do, like, okay and potentially qualify themselves. It's just nice to have them in there rather than... I'd still rather have Lyon and Celtic in there than Villarreal and Juve, you know? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Right, okay. Seri, Velasquez, Castillo, Navarro, Silva, Hurley? Or do I want Malero? Definitely want Malero. Malero's just in good form lately. Fernandez, Montiel, and Abdul Nabi. Good. Velasquez is only just back, but he's good enough to start, I'd say. Just got to make sure we've got the bench sorted. Let me just get rid of this. There we go. So Zoltan is actually available on the bench this time. And that will be fine. Okay. Moment of truth. Spurs, they're playing the same system. Interestingly. And I feel like there were spaces in that system for us last time. Hopefully we can exploit them again. FM, please, just... Let's have a game where things just go okay and we don't get fucked out of the Champions League again. Just nice normal game where if we play well, we do well. If we don't play well, then shit happens fine. But just don't give us like random defensive errors for no reason. Come on. Let's have it. Probably Basel, yeah. Although we'll have to check what's going on in the other European games after. So a little bit after that too. Let's go. Atletico have got a lot of work to do. Oh shit, I just encouraged them when we were winning. Technically. Okay, a lot of possession early on. Okay, that's actually not a bad start from us. I'm not seeing the chances, but we are at least creating them. Castillo with the ball in. Oh, Montiel clips it off the crossbar. That's fine. Just get back across and easy. Right, okay, cool. I won't touch the shouts at the moment because we're in that awkward position in between being able to say anything. Okay. We've just had so many horrendous things happen to us in the Champions League. Look at the space that they're giving to those midfielders, particularly when Navarro drops into the hole as well. They're just... One of them does kind of come with him, but then they still end up 3-on-1. So look at the amount of space that our creative players in the midfield have to sit on the ball. Oh, what a pass. What a pass. And somehow we've not turned that into a goal. And a goal kick as well. That was better, though. When we get those two on the ball in the midfield, they've got freedom of the pitch. I found no instructions other than the ones I already use work, so I won't touch them, basically. Seri, again, given loads of room. Oh, yeah, we're finding little gaps again. Because they have to keep pressing out. Abdul Nabi into the box now. Can he square it? Maybe win a pen? Damn, he's just determined to hold onto the ball. Velasquez knocks it down. Malero. Dala! Oh, very bad team. I don't know. The only ones I found consistently work is encourage and praise. And only in very specific situations. I've tried all sorts of other ones. Actually, that's not true. I once had fire up work one time. And I can't remember what the situation was. It was like a 3-1 deficit specifically. But that was only because I was trying to get players sent off. Call Malero. Again, Seri with loads of room. There's runners left and right. What a pick out. Malero's in. And he's popped it home. Beautiful football. I think that is going to be onside. I find if you're 2 goals up, praise works as well. Oh, goal awarded. 1-0. Come on. That was really nice. Nice, lovely little long-range 1-2 between Malero and Seri. Like, Seri just waits for the run. And then look at this disguised pass. Malero controls the ball beautifully, slots it home, European specialist. Play for the shirt? Which options play for the shirt? I've never seen play for the shirt. But now that we're 2 goals to the good on the tie, I can now praise them. We're playing well today. This is much more like it from us. Like, we're controlling the match, we're creating opportunities, we're looking good defensively, and now we've got a 2-goal advantage on everything. Seri could actually pull something else out here. They look less... Like, they're actually giving us more space than they did at the Spurs stadium. Seri is running the show. Abdul Nabi again. Could have put it back here, potentially. Same goal again, maybe? Silva? Oh, he's drilled it! Oh, Navarro on the rebound. Oh, really? Okay, I haven't tried that one. Yeah, this is more like it from... Oh, please, no. Duranville, right. Big header clearance. Yes. Now get onto the ball. Don't just stand there, lads. Come on. We're going to get second phased, aren't we? We are going to get second phased. Oh, maybe not. Imagine. Go on, Navarro. Huge gaps emerging on the break. Loads of space. Look at that run being made from the left-hand side. Yes. Silva's got it. Where's the pass? He's going to go alone. Go on, Brandon. Oh, good effort. Same regen spawn. No. Unfortunately not. No. it just means that you've got like the same seedings for like existing regions in the game potentially, but no, the same regions won't spawn throughout the save. The ones that obviously are in at the start will. Seri, Malero again. Oh, he's at the bar with it this time. Hilarious diving clearance as well. But yeah, no, it won't spawn the exact same regions. As far as I know, anyway. No, it literally can't, because that time when we had a crash dump for a youth intake, and then we got the same names, but they had different, like, ratings. We are concerned, like, we're doing well here, but we are concerningly only the 1 goal up on the night. Yeah, facing the games, of course, but they'll still be random in the same way that they are always random, right? We've missed too many chances in that first half of my liking. Ah, shit. Go on, get on that. Yes, 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 yes. No. How is that? Oh, he's off the base of the post. I think he was offside there. Yeah, certain things in the first season will be the same. Yeah, for sure. Because that stuff would have already been, like, generated in the background. We need that second goal on the night, I think, to guarantee this win. Because as good as we've played, we've not taken advantage of the opportunities. Fernandez! Oh. Okay. I think Navarro's had an... some of the strikers have not had a good game here. Like, we're looking good and playing some good stuff, just failing to take our chances. And I am concerned that this is going to hit us right where we don't want it to. Long range strike from the edge of the box, maybe? Oh, Spurs can't hit a target at the moment, which is helping. Right, we'll get 65. Then we'll switch things. Players-wise, that is. Navarro's on a booking as well. Bizarma's a capable deputy. Castillo's looking okay. I'm going to try... This is a strange choice here. I'm going to try Hardy on as a Trek. I feel like he's actually offered some stuff in that position, and bringing him on, give him a chance to prove himself on the big stage, see what he's got over the remainder of this match. Be nice if we could just win the game on the night, though, because we thoroughly deserve it. Oh, God. Please, no. Champions League, innit? Terrible goalkeeping on that one, unfortunately. Has Dala hurt himself as well now? Oh, yes, he has. Great. Luckily, Terra Nova exists, but... Feck. I think we all know where this is going now. We've been here every year. Malera's a bit tired, so I might actually get Yeboah on for him, but... Yeah, VAR, checking reputation. Here we go, here we go. Oh, good interception. Fine. It's a great name, isn't it? It's a wonderful name. Spurs are going to turn to Barcelona now for the next 2 seconds and then score a couple of quick goals. Good block. Abdul Nabi with a beautiful block there. Yeah, I think we've seen this episode. It's like that Bayern game. We might actually get Donovan on for the final 5 minutes. We might have to start shutting this shot. I can't believe we're having to shut this game down, honestly. When you consider how dominant we were. Could have been 3-0 up in that first half. But it's always the danger when you try to slow the game down and shut it off, because then you end up just encouraging pressure and it's difficult. So we like to slow it down bit by bit. 6 minutes of stoppage time. That usually means there's going to be a late goal, but we'll never know. I'd be disappointed if we don't win the tie. If we don't win the match. I'm actually still disappointed that we didn't win the match, because that's cost us coefficient points. Abdul Seri with the 11 progressive passes, though, was very good. Yeah, I mean, it's all very well to say told you now, Schuber, but hindsight's 2020, and like the amount of games we've had where that's not happened, because that's just how it works. Like the Bayern game last year. Was that this year? No, it was last year, wasn't it? Hurley has played good, but like Malero's played better, as proven today. Right. We still done well, but it's annoying that we've thrown some points away. Mistake gifted to Montiel. Yeah, he does that in a lot of Champions League games, doesn't he? Despite being perfect in every way, basically. It's weird how he's always the... Said it earlier. Yeah, I know, but... It doesn't really matter, though, does it? Because I don't know what we're trying to prove here. Like, yes, sometimes results go the way we predict them, and sometimes they don't, you know? Right. Hoffenheim have knocked out... That's good. That's very good. Dala's out for nothing. Okay, that's fine. Oh, sometimes you feel the... Oh, yeah, totally. Low important matches is... But... no, I don't think he does. Besides, remember, that's not what an important match is according to FM, is it? As far as FM's concerned, isn't an important match just... Isn't it only cup finals or, like, title deciders that it actually considers important games? Oh, I thought that was the... We had a guy called Laszlo Hegedus. Right, okay. Still got Thursday matches. Yeah, finals and playoffs, which to me, there are other things that should count as big matches, right? I can't believe we didn't win that. Thank God for the away leg win, though. I love how we looked at it. It said there was at least 3 players in every squad, and yet there's none when you actually go and scout them. Classic. Right, draw. Okay. Why did we get a draw this time? We didn't get a draw last time we got to this round. I'm not knocking it. Let's just go. So we want overview, start draw, speed up to 3. Right. So, Benfica, maybe? Out of those, presumably Benfica. But it's going to be Man City. Sometimes you just get a vibe, right? Yeah, cool. Well, we all know what's going to happen in that draw. Just like what happened in the group stage where we were quite good against them and lost 2-0. The closet. Yeah, Matchstradamus needs to... Hoffenheim versus Benfica, at least. And... Oh, Lyon versus Inter. Haaland's about to tear us a new one. The thing is, no matter how well we play against Manchester City, we just don't take our chances against them, and they always just score off of every chance they get because they're Man City. That's the problem. It's so difficult to actually play against them because of that exact reason. Right. Let's try if there's any games on Thursday. Because I think there are. So that's now a Tuesday. No, Wednesday. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, more free coefficient for France too. We were never going to catch France this season, realistically. So I guess we've done well to keep up as fast as we have. ASCII, thank you for the follow. And now Ralph's broke his leg. Which is an Uipesh player too. Not really what we needed. Given that he's made 26 appearances for them and has actually got really good results for them so far. So what does that do for us coefficient-wise? We're up to 16.1. Which is still a very good start for us so far. But you can see that the gap against France is now going to be starting to just expand a little bit. Actually, no, it hasn't really, has it? Plus, we've still got... Wait, were there no Friday games? Sorry, were there no Thursday matches at all? It must have just been none at all. When are the next matches? Oh, not until the 3rd. And that's Kishvarda versus Lille. And then, obviously, Europa League is the same day. Okay, cool. Handy bookmark. That's... you go to any page you like, so say this guy, Patrick River, and then you hit Control-D, and that bookmarks things. But you have to have this skin in order for the bookmarks to actually show up down here, otherwise they'll just disappear into pointlessness. The bookmark thing is actually only in this skin specifically. Okay, that's... We're through at least. And we've got... Oh, you have the skin. Excellent. Then there you go, yeah. So, we got one in each. One in the Conference League, one in the Europa League, one in the Champions League. I still think 17 points is doable. But I think we're going to be relying on Uipest for a lot of those points. Because even, like, 2 wins for Uipest, if they won both legs, boom, that's 0.8 right there. I think Kishvarda have got a chance at maybe doing something against Lille. I think against City, we've got maybe a shot at doing something at home against them and probably losing the away leg, but we all know what's likely to happen. But at the very least, we're going to have Youth Intake, FM Christmas, and hopefully a bloody good vibe on Tuesday. So let me just save the game here just because reasons. I think 4th is going to be tough next year because we're losing a really good season. We're losing our Champions League final appearance. But within the next couple of years, we're definitely going to be right neck and neck with them. Especially, although next year is going to be tough though, because remember, we get it diluted more next year. It goes by 6 teams. But we will have an extra team in Europe. So, unless that team is Haladash, who are looking more and more likely to be that team as things stand. I really want Uipest and Debrecen, I think would be my preference in that point. I don't know. Haladash would be... Oh, maybe they'll be really good. You never know. In that case, yeah, I probably will raid Mal anyway. Just because I... Let me just... Go big screen for a second. See who's actually live right now. I assume... yeah, Mal's first one that comes up anyway. Wow, that's a nice amount of viewers for Mal as well, which is excellent. And now that number's about to get bigger, which is always fun. Teaser Falcon. I always spell it wrong. I always want to add that A when there should be no A's. Thing is, Jason, he would just be immediately crap. How do we versus Tottenham? We won 2-1 at Spurs and then drew 1-1 at home whilst battering them. You know, in FM style. classic style, basically, of... But overall, we deserve to win the tie, and that's really what matters. We got through, but then we drew Manchester City, because of course we did. Because that's just what happens. But if you're going to be the best, you've got to beat the best, right? And we've never beaten Man City. But, like, one day we will. One day. So, I will see you lot on Tuesday stream. Hopefully, there'll be a video about the scouting either tomorrow night or it'll be on Tuesday night, depending on how much I'm able to get edited of it tomorrow after recording it, because obviously it's quite a lot to do in one video and there's a lot of scripting that needs to be done. But stay tuned for that. Either Tuesday or Monday, and I'll see you guys soon. Let's go over and say hello to Mal, and thank you for joining me. It's been a wonderful time, and I'll see you guys very soon. Enjoy the rest of your Easter Sunday. May your day be beautiful, much like myself.